Handle your business. Shalom, Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. Shout out to the Truth family. Cabo in Guatemala. The brother and sisters he's teaching out there and from Cali to Georgia. Shout out stream of SOW. Stream of Wisdom. Slack. I always get it confused from our old stream of Shield of Wisdom. Well, Stream of Wisdom, Rochester, Virginia, Houston. Hope everybody's doing out there. Hope the brothers and sisters out there are keeping the fight strong, doing their thing. Hope everybody's doing well. We're going to get going into this topic. We're going to finish off, or at least get 2nd Ezra chapter 4, hopefully completed. I don't know if we will. But after we get, I promise you, after 2nd Ezra 4, we'll go back into the regular stories, Nehemiah, and the whole 9. So we're going to get back and set these prayers up real quick, get started, then go on there. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai, HaHawa'ah, Nethalanawa, Awar, Zayawam, Thawada, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh. You got to tell them to quiet down. You got to go in there and deal with them. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai, HaHawa'ah, Nethalanawa, Rayach, Nayachacha, Thawada, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
HaHawa'ah, Nethalanawa, HaShabbat, B'Shalom, the water,
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahayam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yishon, Shashawamah, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazaria, Al, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makol, Rai, Yashemar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ad,
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He would not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee would not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. He shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Israelite Credo in English. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer.
Abanawa,
Shabbat Shemayim, Wadash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wavka, Taba'ah, Watazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Bar Rataza, Kawah, Hayah, Bashemayim, Latalanawa, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachanawa, Chol Bathinawa, Kasalachanawa, Chol Bathinawa, Wala'ah, Tabianawa, Badasai Abo, Hawashanawa, Mayan, Ryan, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Wahata Parah, I love you. Amen. Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive us our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. 10 commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achoya, Ayo, Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Number 2. La'a, Ta'ina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'ah, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Falach, Sham, Yahweh, Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4, Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Kabad, Abaka,
Ya'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a, Zarataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7, La'a, Fana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, La'a, Fagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9, La'a, Ta'ina, Shakwa.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10, La'a, Fachamat, Call, Asherah, Lara'ika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Deal with it. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Ahawah. Nathalanawa.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Okay, Israel Yishabim.
Israel seated.
Okay, y'all. We're gonna continue in Ezra, second Ezra's, and just deal with this back and forth that Ezra's having with the angel. And there's a lot of meat that's coming out of these chapters. So what we're going to do is just quickly go over the last 4 or 5 verses in 2nd Ezra 3, just to remind us where the tone and the spirit of where the conversation is going, and it'll blend us properly into 2nd Ezra chapter 4 and 1. So, Kariah, let's get started.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyasha'ala.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyasha'ala. I mentioned, bro. Hold on, let me see it. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Okay. Yeah, lock it in. All right, let's do it. 2nd Ezra chapter 3, verse 32.
2nd Ezra chapter 3 and verse 32. Or is there any other people that knoweth thee beside Israel? Or what generation has so believed thy covenants as Jacob, as yet their reward appeared not, and their labor have no fruit?
So he's like, listen, what good is all the sacrifice, the following of the covenants? What good is all the good that the people do if they're going to constantly be in a decrepit state? Now, as you're reading this, he's still talking about the righteous men and women who are attempting to follow the law and be honorable are still bunched in with the sinners that got us in the position in the first place. Okay? So Ezra is just trying to find out, listen, are these nations that much more honorable and connected to Christ and the Most High that they don't have that their works are accepted and appreciated more than the ones who know your laws and commandments? Continue.
Come. For I have gone here and there through the heathen, and I see that they flow in wealth, and think not upon thy commandments.
So he's saying the nations are wealthy, the nations are thriving, and what that is in today's terms is they have their own sovereignty and power. The nations have their own power, and we don't. We're subservient to the nations. It started from the time of Babylon, and it hasn't stopped. We've constantly been in that subservient position as a nation. And Ezra's like, regardless of how righteous the handful of Israelites are, we're still in that subservient position, as we know quite well. We can sit back here and follow the laws to a T, study, read, do all that good stuff, and we're still in a crappy condition as far as power and position. Okay? Continue.
Verse 34. Weigh thou therefore our wickedness now in the balance, and there's also that dwell in the world.
He's like, he's talking to the angel saying, Mick, is the Most High weighing the balance of who's more wicked? Whose conduct is more evil? Because what Ezra is saying is, listen, we're getting stung for the little mistakes we make, and these nations can just be as wicked as they want to be and thrive. And is that not the case even to this day? We sit back here and we deviate just a little bit in the scriptures. We're at fault with our thinking. We make slight miscalculations in our work. And it's like we feel a major backlash for little mistakes, but the nations can sit back here, rob, cheat, and steal and defraud the people, and they're still in a position of power. This is what Ezra is saying and complaining to the angel. Read on.
And so shall thy name nowhere be found, but in Israel.
He said the only people who are even trying to do right is Israel at this point. Read on.
Or when was it that they which dwell upon the earth had not sinned in thy sight? Or what people have so kept thy commandments? Thou shalt find that Israel.
Thou.
It says, thou shalt find that Israel by name have kept thy precepts, but not the heathen.
God, these like the nations haven't followed the law, but we have. So now let's get into 2nd Ezra chapter 4 verse 1.
2nd Ezra chapter 4 and verse 1. And the angel that was said unto me, whose name was Uriel, gave me an answer.
Listen, historically, the angel Uriel is the angel of understanding. He's the angel that gives understanding. Okay? That's Uriel. So Uriel, the angel of understanding, is responding to Ezra and giving him clarification on this whole debacle about the condition of Israel and the suffering of Israel. Read on.
Verse 2. And said, thy heart have gone too far in this world, and thinkest thou to comprehend the way of the Most High?
He's like, do you really think you can comprehend how the Most High thinks? Either you're trying to sit back here, you're asking questions that are above your pay grade. You're trying to sit back here and understand why the Most High has the world in the condition that He has. And He's like, you're sitting back here and trying to ask questions and trying to think in a way that's above how the Most High intended you to learn. Okay? Read on.
Then said I, yea, my Lord. And he answered me and said, I am sent to shew thee 3 ways, and to set forth 3 similitudes before thee.
He said, I'm sent by the Most High, via Uriel, to show you 3 ways and 3 similitudes. Similitudes are comparisons. So I'm going to use three ways and 3 similitudes to give you the answer to your question. And if you can answer any one of these ways and similitudes, then I'll sit back here and give you the answer you're looking for. Read on.
Verse 4. Whereof, if thou canst declare me one, I will shew thee also the way that thou whence the wicked heart cometh.
So he's like, if you can answer one of these questions and similitudes, then I will give you the answer to even where the wicked heart comes from. Because that was the question that he really wanted to ask the angel, was where did the wicked heart come from? Where was the origin of the wicked heart? And then if you remember, we were in Ezra chapter 3. And the Most High said from the beginning, he never took away our wicked heart. I don't know if y'all remember that. But in 2nd Ezra 3, the Most High said he never took away our wicked heart. So now, Ezra asks a question about that wicked heart, about why it's there, and how long it's going to be there. It's still, you're going to keep reading in 2nd Ezra 4. And the overall point that keeps being driven, how long are we going to suffer? How long is there going to be negative on earth? How long is Israel going to be from at the bottom? These are going to be the same line of questions throughout this entire chapter. Okay? Let's continue.
Verse 5. And I said, Shalom, my Lord. Then said he unto me, Go thy way. Weigh me the way of the fire.
He said, go and weigh me. How much is fire weigh? First of all, you got to touch the damn fire. You going to touch it? And then once you touch it, and if you can hold it, how you going to put it in the scale? Right. The scale's going to melt. So this isn't going to work. This whole measuring fire, grabbing it, controlling it, you have to be able to control it, get it, and then put it on a scale, some imaginary fire retardant scale, and measure it. Impossible. And you're going to see a pattern of impossible ask that the Most High is asking Ezra to perform. And he's letting him know these impossible asks, because to learn what the wicked heart is and how and why man has wicked heart is above your pay grade. Okay? So let's continue.
Or measure me the blast of the wind.
So, you feel the breeze coming through? How much is that? What is that? How are you going to measure that? You can't do it. Not on top of your head. Okay? Read on.
Or call me again the day that is past.
Or go back in time, like Michael J. Fox, and sit back here and go a day in the past and bring it back to the present. Okay? Read on.
Verse 6. Then answered I and said, What man is able to do that thou shouldest ask such things of me?
He said, no man can do this. Why are you asking me something that's literally impossible? Read on.
And he said unto me, If I should ask thee how great dwellings are in the midst of the sea, or how many springs are in the beginning of...
Once again, now he's like, if I should ask you how many great dwellings are in the midst of the sea. What does that mean? What kind of dwellings are in the sea that we don't know about? Structures and buildings of some sort. He said dwellings. He said, can you go in the sea and go far enough in the sea to see dwellings that are in the sea? Read on.
It says, Then answered I and said, What man is able to do that thou shouldest ask such things of me? And he said unto me, If I should ask thee how great dwellings are in the midst of the sea, or how many springs are in the beginning of the deep.
So they're saying springs with natural water is in the deep. How far do you got to hold? How long do you have to hold your breath? And how deep you got to go? And how many small crevices you got to go to find springs in the middle of the ocean? Once again, these are trips and navigations that a regular person can't do at all. And people with scuba gear can't even really do it. But they're underground springs. Springs have natural water in the midst of them seawater. Read on.
Or how many springs are above the firmament? Or which are the outgoings of paradise?
He says, how many springs are above the firmament? What the hell does that mean? I don't even got the answer to that. How many springs are above the firmament? The ozone layer?
Right.
I have no answer to that question. He's telling you these, first of all, I kind of let you know, I ain't going to go into. But he says, even getting past the firmament is out of man's reach. You can take that how you want to take it. He said getting that far in the water is out of man's reach to find the springs in the water, and finding springs outside the firmament is out of man's reach. Okay? Read on.
Kind. It says, peradventure, thou wouldst say unto me, I never went down into the deep.
Listen, I only focus on the firmament part. Give me the next line.
Okay, kind. It says, or which are the outgoings of paradise?
Don't even know. The outgoings of paradise? Extra places on the earth that's paradise? I don't know. Or the kingdom? Nobody knows. He's sitting back here. The angel is sitting back here and establishing places in extremes that mankind can't reach. Listen, there's certain levels, even in the sea, that mankind now, with all of their capabilities and all of their science, can't even go because of the water pressure.
That Titan sub that imploded.
Brother.
They're trying to check out the wreckage of the Titanic.
Huh?
And now they're both sitting underwater.
Welcome to our watery grave.
Yeah, that
said that.
Yeah, the watery grave.
He said that in a show. I'm not trying to mock anybody where it happened to, but it was a comedy skit that the dude showed. But the point is, there's certain depths and levels that you can't even reach underwater. And there's certain levels in the sky and the firmament that mankind can't reach also. That's all this is being said. People can they can read between the lines how you want to read between the lines on that concept about the firmament. But he said we can't reach either of these spots, and it wasn't meant for us to reach outside the firmament. He said springs outside the firmament, we were not meant to reach out to it. We weren't meant to reach springs below the firmament, in the deep of the water. We're in verse 8 now, chapter 4 and 8. But let's read verse 8 now.
2 Ezra chapter 4 and verse 8. Peradventure, thou wouldest say unto me, I never went down into the deep, nor as yet into hell. Neither did I ever climb up.
Hell just means he's not talking about where Diablo is. Hell is like in the earth. Because that's where the springs would be. Down in the deep, down in the crust and the lower depths of earth, where these springs would be. In certain areas, listen, how the hell there could be springs in areas where you can breathe and there's natural water? Don't know.
Well, you know, the early middle-aged navigators, sea navigators, would often say that there's rivers in the ocean, so that these are currents that are like underwater beltways, that once you get caught up in these currents, you don't even need a sail. A sail would be useless. That once you get on these currents, they would just shoot you across the coast, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, or Pacific to Atlantic, or from one coast to the other. And that's what these slave traders found out. And once they hit these currents, they were able to shoot across the ocean faster. You know, going from 45 days down to 28 days. You know, cutting the time down. But also, they just found out that there's an underwater ocean in the earth that's bigger than the ocean that we see on a regular basis, the seven seas, so to speak. So that there's more fresh water underground. And that's what the scriptures are saying. Yeah, and we know that also when during the time of Noah and the ark, that not only did the rain come down from above, but the Most High unleashed those springs from below. And so the water flooded the earth even faster from both top and bottom. So it's there, but the angel was like, "Can you get to it?" And he said the springs above the firmament. Listen, once again, I know, and that's why I said you can sit back here and leave it
to your imagination what the hell springs above the firmament really means. And the fact that it wasn't meant for us to get to those places.
Yeah.
To even find it. Is that? What do you think? There's no need for me to sit back here and bring that out online. Because once again, I can't prove it either way.
Well,
we'll leave it at that.
I just think it just confirmed what Genesis says.
I'm not going into that, man. Anyway, I'm sorry, you gonna say that?
In Genesis chapter 1, verse 6.
Mm-hmm. You trying to really go here with this, man?
No, just quick. It's just quick. But because you also got what the meteorologists call El Nino, and and torrential rains.
Yeah.
And they call it what they call it, these sky rivers. They call them atmospheric rivers, is what they call them. They call them atmospheric rivers when off the coast of California, when these rains come in, they say the rain comes in like a river in the sky, and it pours down like that onto the earth. But read that right there in Genesis chapter 1, verse 6.
Genesis chapter 1 and verse 6. And the powers said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters.
He says, so there's a firmament where?
In the midst of the waters.
So in the middle of the waters, there's a what?
Water.
It's a firmament. A firmament, what we today call the ozone layer.
Yeah.
So he said, there's a firmament that's in the middle of the waters, showing you that there's water below the firmament and there's water above the firmament.
Elements, and now as we're reading here, water too.
Now NASA will put a space station mission together to go find water outside the Earth. But he's already telling you that there's water outside the Earth. A lot of these asteroids are made with ice. They got ice on them. So obviously there's water outside the firmament. Read on.
It says, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
So he's showing you that the firmament, the ozone layer, divides the what?
The waters.
The waters. So he's showing you that there's water below on the earth, then there's water above.
I guess the only reason I didn't go heavily into it is because that's not how space is depicted.
Yeah.
That's not how space is depicted. So it just leaves a bunch of questions as to how this water is put together, how it's formulated. Is it just floating in the sky like this? Who the hell knows?
Yeah, because the question the angel asked Ezra was, how many springs are above the firmament? Who knows how many springs of water exist above the firmament? That's so that we don't know.
And listen, it opens the Pandora's box about planets. It opens the Pandora's box about where this water comes from. So, because we don't have a literal answer to it, we sit back here and just take what the scriptures say and don't go any further with it. All I can say with certainty is that the angels say we weren't supposed to go or didn't have the capabilities to go down to the depths of water to find these springs. We didn't have the capabilities even in Job to find where Leviathan is. We don't know where the hell that thing is. We don't have the capabilities to go and see the waters outside the firmament. Go leave it at that. You know what I mean? So, where are we at in verse 8?
Right now we're in 2nd Ezra chapter 4.
In verse 8. Give me verse 8 from the top again.
Peradventure, thou wouldst say unto me, I never went down into the deep, nor as yet into hell.
Which is the earth. Okay, read on.
Neither did I ever climb up into heaven.
Exactly. Because that we weren't supposed to go up into the firmament. Also, there were limits to us how far we can go on the earth, drilling, or in the sea. Okay? So continue.
Verse 9.
It's like you can sit back. There's not even machines that can dig all the way to the middle of the earth. They can get close, or they can attempt to get down there. But I've never heard somebody get to the literal Earth's core and crust. So anyway, let's continue.
Verse 9.
Like you see those movies where you might have to go all the way to the center of the earth. And they just keep taking this machine and they're just digging and digging and digging. And then the digging machines jam. And then some heroic guy gets out there and dies so that the machines get generated again. They can go dig deeper and deeper and deeper. Anyway, that maybe I've watched too much sci-fi. But it seems like always one guy has to die so that the mission can go on, or the mission in space had to blow the asteroid up that's coming to the Earth to destroy the Earth, and they got to split the asteroid in half. Anyway, I'm doing too much. Let's keep going. Verse 9, man.
2 Ezra chapter 4 and verse 9. Nevertheless, now have I asked thee, but only of the fire and wind and of the day wherethrough thou hast passed, and of things from which thou canst not be separated, and yet canst thou give me no answer of them.
So he's saying all these questions that I've asked can't be answered and can't be experienced. And that lets us know even about these earthly components that mankind tries to accomplish. They weren't meant for us to accomplish them. Read on.
Verse 10. He said, moreover unto me, thine own things, and such as are grown up with thee, canst thou not know?
Done.
How should thy vessel then be able to comprehend the way of the highest, and the world being now outwardly corrupted, to understand the corruption that is evident in my sight?
So once again, the question was about the wicked heart. But he said, your human vessel wasn't created to withstand, to even learn the depths of the Heavenly Father. We weren't created to know the depths of the firmament, or the earth, or the seas and the ocean. So if you weren't created to sit back and handle all of this creation, how do you think you're spiritually able to handle the question about where the wicked heart comes from? Because Ezra is asking where the wicked heart comes from, so there can be some type of a remedy, so Israel can get put back into their rightful slot in power, rulership, and authority. That's why he's asking about this wicked heart. Because he's asking what needs to get done to remove the wicked heart from us, so we can skip all this suffering and just get to the good parts and get to the kingdom. That's what he's asking. How do we just get through all this suffering and just skip right through it and just get out of here, get out of this crappy situation we're in? Okay? So, read verse, I think, 12.
Yeah. Verse 12. Then said I unto him, it were better that we were not at all.
It's better for us not to even exist on earth. Read on.
Then that we should live still in wickedness, and to suffer, and not to know wherefore.
Because he's putting two and two together, right? He said, okay, chapter 3, you told me that you, Father, never took away the wicked heart of mankind, right? So Ezra was like, let me get this straight. You never took the wicked heart out of us. So when we do wicked, we're going to get punished for it. But when the nations do wicked, they don't get punished the same way. So he's like, well, let's figure out this damn wicked heart issue so we can get the hell out of here. And now the angel's like, mankind can't handle the answer to why the wicked heart's in mankind and why there's corruption on earth. So the angel's like, if that's the case, if it's above my pay grade to ask about this corruption and how to end this corruption, it's just like, then why are we even born? What are we even born then into? So we're just born into perpetual suffering?
Sounds like a setup.
He said it sounds like a sham job. So we were just born for every generation to fall short and just be in slavery, perpetual slavery. Unreachable goals, and we're going to sin and you're going to get punished for what's inside of you, and you're going to be generation to generation suffering. When is this cycle ever going to end? It's like the spirit of despair is oozing off of Ezra. And it makes sense. Yeah. What was that? Your hand.
I was going to say something too, but you had something? That one? Yeah.
Oh, you just scratched it.
Okay. Job chapter 3, verse 11.
At least Ezra is onto where the real issue comes from. Yes, he's talking about the nations are getting away with murder. He's mentioned that. But he's sitting back here blaming the nations about why we're in captivity, like we like to do. We like to blame the kingdom and power. It don't got to be Esau. If it was Ishmael in power, we'd be blaming the Ishmaelites. If it was the Africans in power, we'd be blaming them. At least Ezra understands. Let me not blame the nation that's in power as to why my condition is the way it is. At least he understands, hey, the Most High hasn't taken away the wicked heart. It's in us. And because it's in us, we're going to perpetually sin and fall short until the end. Now, Ezra understands in 2nd Ezra 2 that the end's going to turn out in our favor. He knows that. But he's asking, everything from here on is about how long. How can we speed this up so that the suffering doesn't last for many more generations? Okay, this is in the 400s. So we got a ways to go. No, this is in the 400s, the late 400s BC. He's asking these questions, and the funny thing is, Ezra's like, "Am I going to last? Am I going to be able to see the end?" And the angel was like, "It's not up for me to tell you if you're going to see it. That's up for the Lord." He knew. He couldn't say, "Hell no." There are hundreds of generations that got to go through before we get to the end.
Oh, you never.
We have 1,500 years to go, brother.
You're never going to see it.
No, 2,500 years to go. How about them apples? No. So this is the question Ezra is asking, and he's trying to get understanding. What was your verse in Job 3 and 11?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
Job chapter 3 and verse 11. Why died I not from the womb?
Well, anybody that catching hell, the question that they're going to ask themselves is, why was I even born then? If I'm just born to suffer,
yep.
If I'm just born just to fall by the wayside, then why was I even born? Read.
Says, why did I not give up the ghost when I came out of the belly?
He said it would have been better for me to just die as soon as I came out of my mother's womb. It was better that I just died.
Than suffer at this level
for a long period of time and have no hope.
Mm-hmm.
Read verse 23.
Verse 23. Why is
that fatalist mindset?
Yeah, sadistic. Man.
Yeah.
Verse 23. Why is light given to a man?
They said, why is light? Light represents a lot of things, but we could say hope. We could say hope. Light is hope. He said, why is light, hope, given to a man? Go ahead.
Whose way is his?
He said he don't even know which way he's going. Basically, if I'm in darkness and I have a light, but I'm still lost, I have no direction, and I'm not sure where I'm going. What good does the light do if I'm still lost? You could have a flashlight, but if you don't know where you're going, what good is the flashlight? You're still lost. Read on.
Okay. And whom the Most High have hedged them.
He said that he's blaming it on who?
Most High.
He said Job is saying, man, the Most High got me hedged in.
Okay.
He said, so why give me hope, and why give me a light? Why give me an opportunity or a thought that there is hope when the Most High got me locked in? He got me blocked in. So why give me the hope then?
Yeah.
It sounds like a setup. Both the Job and Ezra is saying the same thing. It sounds like a setup.
Listen, with that, hold all that and go to 2nd Ezra 7, verse 46. Because what Ezra goes into initially is, why was I born? Then he sits back here and says, man, Adam, it was your fault.
Yeah.
He just goes into different complaints about who's to blame for this like multi-generation trick bag Israel's in.
Yep.
Who's the culprit? Okay, go to 2nd Ezra 7 and 46 to 53.
2nd Ezra chapter 7 and verse 46. I answered then and said, this is my first and last saying.
I ain't gonna say no more about this, man. Don't give me no scriptures in, man. I'm gonna sit back here and complain all damn day long. But read this.
That it had been better not to have given the earth unto Adam.
He said, why'd you give the earth to a guy who's gonna sit back here and sin and cause everybody to fall short in perpetual sadness and pain and suffering? Why give him the power of the earth if you know he's going to mess it up? It's a good question. Read on.
Or else, it says, or else, when it was given him to have restrained him from sinning.
Or said you gave him the power. Don't let him follow through with the sin that brings death into the world. Why'd you let him do it? You knew what type of suffering your people and the people of all mankind are going to have to go through because of sin. Read on.
It sounds like he's saying that the Most High is unjust.
He's coming off like that. Or he's just trying to understand. He's trying to understand why are things the way they're set the way they are. Why is there so much suffering in the world? Why is there so much pain in the world? Why is there so much loss in the world? This is what he's saying. He's saying, and the loss and the pain and the suffering is because of sin. But who brought sin in?
Adam.
Adam introduced it. So why'd you give this cat the power in the first place? And then if you did, why didn't you stop him from sinning? Or why didn't you take out that wicked heart out of his spirit so he can get something done? We can actually get something done. Does that make sense? If you can take the wicked heart out of him, then the suffering would have left with him also. And these are unanswered questions.
Why you prolong it for so long?
He didn't even know how long it prolonged.
Right.
Can you imagine an angel would have told him how long it would have been? He would have lost his mind. He was already crying and dejected and broken down. He couldn't have handled the fact that, they're going to be called niggas in a 1,500 years, 2,000 years. And they're going to wear pants that don't fit them. They're going to put their pants going to be below their bottoms.
Their butt going to show all
Their
day.
butt's going to show when they walk around.
The hinder part showeth all day. That old English.
They don't read books in these times.
Yeah.
All they do is dance and run and jump during these days. They don't take work very seriously in these times either. Listen, they're full of excuses. Let me stop. Listen, Ezra would lose his top if he found out how bad we was back. Now, he does tell us that there will be a diminishing of men, and we'll go into that later. But let's continue, man. Let's continue. There's more in here, man.
That's crazy. They'll die by colors.
Listen, I was flipping on YouTube. This one dude said, "Hey, that C hat is this, man. This S hat is this, man. You can't wear this hat, man." I was like, he went through like 15 color hats and what sets they were, what gangs they were. I'm like, man, this is a lot of information to receive. It was like 15 to 20 MLB hats. And he was breaking it down like scriptures. A CA hat, a St. Louis hat is this crew, and this and this. And I'm like, bro, the obvious ones are the S's, the Seattle hats. Those are obvious. It's going to a whole other level. St. Louis hat is like a Crip group. I'm like, what? STL? That's Crips? What is this going on here? And they went through all these different lists, and I'm like, this is crazy. I would be in trouble nowadays. It's like a breakdown.
Ezra would have cried again if he was sorry.
Kinda. Anyway, and he was serious. It was like he was bringing out a documentary out, and it was just hats out. I'm like, what? This guy's breaking it down like it's a damn science documentary out. But let's keep going now.
2 Ezra chapter 7 and verse 47. For what profit is it for men now, in this present time, to live in heaviness, and after death to look for punishment?
Okay. Read that again. I'm sorry.
47. For what profit is it for men now in this present time to live in heaviness, and after death to look for punishment?
And this is the whole end game. You're like, damn, what good is it? You got a wicked heart in you. You're making mistakes. You're going to make a mistake. And for all the wickedness in you, you're going to be suffering on earth for these mistakes. And then when you die, you're going to be in perdition, having to deal with the mistakes you made in perdition. He's like, this is a double trick bag for our people. It's just, listen, think about this. And he's sharp because He was a scribe. He was a master of the scriptures. He knew how hard he had to work to stay on top of his spirit. And he says in this chapter that there was iniquity in him. How much more for all these people that don't study and read every day? That aren't committed to the book every day? Yeah, these cats don't got a chance. And they're going to live a mundane, suffering life. Every 5 minutes they're getting stung for their wickedness, and they're going to die in their iniquity. And they all because of Adam and a lesson that he had to learn. He's like, damn, what did you do? Read on.
O thou Adam, what hast thou done?
Thank you. Like, what did you do, man? The magnitude of this decision has brought so much heartache and suffering. Not trying to change the subject. I was just flipping through the YouTube again. And there's like, I don't know if you notice whether it's in the Philippines or in different African countries, different countries on earth, there's like cities on stilts. And it's like they're living in subhuman conditions. I read about I forgot the country name in Africa, but it's the whole area is littered with trash and it's just filth and trash.
That sounds like Liberia.
It's off the coast, and they're all their homes are on stilts, and they're just walking. It's like a little house. It's like Waterworld. I don't know if y'all saw Waterworld. It was a horrible movie. but Waterworld was a horrible movie. But like the set, it was like just they were on planks and wood, and everything was on top of water. Right? And these people, it's like they fish in contaminated water, and that's the only way they live. And in the Philippines, it's the same place. They're living in these huts, elevated above water. I'm like, this is a hellish life. They're sitting here with no shoes. They're just chilling, walking on splintery wood. I'm like, this is hell life. Whatever the hell they do, they're living. They got punished for some reason for their conduct and their actions. I'm like, golly, this is what happens when people sin? And this is the consequences behind it? We talk about affliction in America all damn day long. But it ain't nothing in comparison to living in Waterworld City. Where they're on these little canoes, and they get from point A to point B, and it's trash all around them. It's poop, trash, and then they're fishing there too, bro. I'm like, God, this is hell life. And they're cool and they're smiling and they're jamming out, playing little jungle beats out. I'm like, this is bullshit. How are they doing this? They found peace in the hell they're living in. And we complain about the littlest of things. We don't know what suffering is.
Well, we mad when the AC go out in the house.
Kinda. But there's fans. This is the only AC.
Yeah.
That's tough though. But that's nothing compared to what other people are going through. What am I trying to say? That's real suffering. And all of that is still based upon Adam's sin and that wicked heart. Because that wicked heart is what's fueling the oppression of the poor. The oppression of the poor comes from a wicked heart. And people are just suffering everywhere you're going. And back to the point, I didn't mean to take it off too much, but he's like, man, Adam, what did you do, man? You brought sickness and death and sadness and depression and depravity all around the earth because of your decision. And the Most High let it happen.
He said one sinner destroyed much good.
And listen, Adam's sin brought wickedness in the world. Everybody had to work 3 times harder just to get ends meet.
Yep.
It's the whole shebang, man. So let's continue. But this is why Christ was so important also. Because Christ redeemed us from Adam's previous sins. Okay? That's why Christ is so important. But let's continue.
2 Ezra chapter 7 and verse 48. O thou Adam, what hast thou done? For though it was thou that sinned, thou art not fallen alone, but we all that come of thee. Israel
and the nations have to sit back here and feel the brunt of Adam's mistakes. Read on.
49. For what profit is it unto us if there be promised us an immortal time.
What good is the immortality that's waiting for us? We don't.
Whereas we have done the works that bring death.
But listen, that's the point. What good is having immortality or the opportunity for it, but because we have a wicked heart in us, we never make it? The wicked heart doesn't allow us to reach the immortal time. Read on.
Verse 50. And that there is promised us an everlasting hope, whereas ourselves, being most wicked, are made vain.
There is an everlasting hope, but our conduct is so wicked, our life is vanity. He's like, what's the purpose of this exchange? He's like, this process is inevitable, or the inevitability of our failure is right there. How many of us are going to figure it out to get to the end? How many of us are going to overcome the fleshly obstacles that's inside of us? That's the real question. How many of us can overcome that flesh in us to get to the end and enjoy the everlasting time? Read on.
It says, and that there are laid up for us dwellings of health and safety, whereas we had lived wickedly.
But you live wickedly. But you didn't do enough to get there. It's like a trick. The kingdom's there, but have you put enough work in to get it? And sister, it's Makoko, Nigeria. It is. It is Makoko. It is. That was the one. I gotta spell it right. Okay, so let's continue.
It says, and that the glory of the Most High is kept to defend them which have led a weary life.
And he says, and that the glory of the Most High, read it again from the top.
Verse 52, and that the glory of the Most High is kept to defend them which have led a weary life.
Let's get the definition of weary. Read it.
Weary, 1828.
He says, so the kingdom goes to people that lived a weary life.
Weary, 1828. Cautious of danger, carefully watching and guarding against deception, artifices, and danger.
He says the kingdom comes to the person that's super careful and that lives their life based on how careful they operate in their decisions. Read on.
Scrupulous, right?
Scrupulous.
Timorously prudent.
Okay, let's go back into the scriptures.
Verse 52. And that the glory of the Most High is kept to defend them which have led a weary life, whereas we have walked in the most wicked ways of all.
He says, listen, we're supposed to be wary about our decisions, but our people try shit twice. They're going to try everything twice. At least.
Yeah.
We're supposed to live a wary, discerning, I'm not sure if this is the plan for me to go. They're like, what's this? I got to try it. What's that taste like? I got to try it. What's this drug? Let's see how it feels.
They mixing it.
Yeah, but we don't even think and operate like this. Cautious and disciplined. Think before you act. We're doing that YOLO stuff. You see the contrast? That contrast is leading us straight to death. Read on. What verse are we in?
We're in 53. Second Ezra chapter 7 and verse 53. And that there should be shown a paradise whose fruit endure forever, wherein is security and medicine, since we shall not enter into it.
He's sitting back here. There is a disparaging sadness coming from Ezra's tone. Like, why do we keep suffering if we don't have the tools to overcome it? Because of that wicked heart that's inside of us. But the reality is, that wicked heart inside of us is the only way we can show the Most High how much we love Him. Listen, if you didn't have a notion to do what you wanted to do, how would you show the Most High that He really mattered? The only way you show the Most High that He matters is that there's a heavy part of you that doesn't want to do some of the things He wants you to do. And that dynamic and that pull and the inevitable choice to choose His will over what you feel like doing is how you show the Lord you love Him and you value Him. Without that, there's no way I can show the Most High how much I appreciate Him. And all the difficulties He puts you through is to get you to choose Him. Oh, let that go and go to Proverbs 20 and 30.
Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 30.
Let me get there real quick. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 30.
Make sure everybody gets it. Make sure everybody gets it. Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 30. Read that, sir.
The blueness of a wound cleanseth away evil.
Listen, the blueness of a wound cleanses away evil. What does that mean?
That whooping.
The whipping is what helps purge that negative. That bruise is a reminder that if you do it again, you're going to get another bruise. The blueness is the after effect.
That's like that.
And that
wake up.
Hey, listen. Remember when you sat back here and you touched that stove when you weren't supposed to touch it?
Yeah.
Your fingers got burnt. And that soreness is a reminder never to touch that stove again. Mm-hmm. That butt whipping or that belt that bruised your arm. Now, listen, you know when you got bruised in the arm and the leg, your parent was just mad at. They didn't sit back. And they knew it was a school night and they didn't give a shit. That bruise is going to be back at school the next day. And they sat back here and grabbed the belt or a chocolate and they went going out. And they said, man, put a long sleeve shirt on tomorrow.
Yeah, put some pants on.
Put some pants on. Don't wear no shorts. But you know, that bruise was a reminder of what you did wrong. Maybe you mouthed off to your parents. Maybe you didn't clean the dishes when you were supposed to clean them. Maybe you didn't do a responsibility that you were supposed to do. But the bruising is a reminder of your evil to get you to not do the evil. So once again, what's the slavery? What is the difficult conditions that our people go through every day are reminders of why we got there in the first place. And the sad thing is, yes, we have to go through perpetual, and it's going to get more clear in chapter 4 why the process has to go down the way it is. But just to give a simple answer, every generation had to suffer. Now, it's the teacher's job, it's the leader's job to give the understanding about the suffering. Our job is to explain to Israel why they suffer, why as a nation we fell, why we don't have our own sovereignty, why we don't have things, why we don't have the kingdom yet. It's our job to work on that, to teach them, so we can all hyper focus on the changes necessary to get to the kingdom. That's what we're supposed to do. But the suffering has to happen in order to keep us humble. Without the suffering, there's a wicked heart. Without the correction and the suffering, what would be there in place? What mechanism would be there in place to keep us humble? Nothing. There'd be no mechanism in place if there wasn't correction. We'll just get worse and worse in our situation. And like we've explained in other classes, how the Most High deals with us in comparison to the nations, He corrects us quickly so that we don't build up a string of sins to where we have to get eradicated like the rest of the nations do. And that's the thinking that the Most High has with us. sting them hard, sting them quick, so that I don't, like the nation, I let them just run their course and just move on from them. I'm not doing that with you. So it feels like the Heavenly Father is just hitting us harder because we feel it quicker. But that was the intention. That was what the Most High purposely did to work with us. Let's go to Hebrews 12. Hebrews 12, verse 5 through 8, and then 11 through 13.
Hebrews chapter 12, verses 5 through 8.
I'm just trying to get there, bro. Read that. Let's do it.
Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 5. And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Most High.
Once again, this to Ezra, this to us. We can't despise how the Most High corrects us. We can't despise how the Most High reminds us and puts us in order and puts us through these checks and balances. We can never get to the point where we're angry at the Most High about the conditions that we're in. Ezra wasn't angry. Ezra just didn't understand what was the purpose behind the correction and the way the Most High was driving us. Continue.
My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Most High, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth.
And he's letting us know. Ezra kept saying, you're chastening us harder than you're chastening the nations. But the Most High is like, I'm chastening y'all harder because I love y'all more. It's no different than parents that chastise their own kids versus chastising kids that aren't theirs. We're supposed to ride our kids harder. We're supposed to correct our kids harder. If you love your kid, you'll check them. Yep. But once again, in this world, we show love to our kids by making excuses for them, by coddling them. And you can't do that. If you love them, you'll check them hard so that they'll learn not to make these mistakes again, so they'll be better individuals down the line. Mm. Continue.
It says, and scourges every son whom he received.
Exactly. Every son that he values, he scourges. And this is the understanding nationally and individually. You have to look at how the Most High deals with us. He rides us hard. Our life is difficult. He doesn't let us get away with anything because he loves you. He's not going to let you take shortcuts. He's not going to let you run from your battles. The quicker we understand this, the less the punishment will be. Read on.
If ye endure chastening, the Most High dealeth with you as with sons.
Exactly. If you can endure it, he'll deal with you as a son. You'll see the good side also, if you can endure it. And the enduring, for the most part, is psychological. How well can you mentally process the issue? This is why it's important that we teach, because as teachers, we're supposed to help Israelites process their afflictions, process loss, process difficulties, process inconveniences. That's what class is about. We can show you how to scripturally and spiritually process the things you don't have, the things you're struggling in, the arenas that you're suffering in. Okay? And if you can process it properly, then you can maintain your obedience. And if you maintain your obedience, it's how the Most High deals with you as a son and a daughter. And that's when the blessings kick in. Read on.
If ye endure chastening, the Most High dealeth with you as with sons. For what son is he whom the Father chasten them not.
None. Read on.
But if ye be without chastisement, whereof are all partakers, then are ye bastards, and not sons.
And that's the thing. And you don't want to be a bastard in the eyes of Heavenly Father. Because a bastard, he's going to let them run their course. And if they fall, they fall. If they die, they die. You don't want the Most High to treat you like that. We have to learn to appreciate the swift and quick chastisements over one to be left alone. It's a fearful thing in man to be left in the hands of the Most High down the line without chastisement. Yes, sir.
Proverbs chapter 29, verse 1. Because what happens is, if you don't process the chastisement, you'll despise the fact that you're being punished, and you'll interpret the punishment as hate.
Yep.
Because that's what happens with life. You hate me, Mom. You hate me, Dad.
You don't care.
You don't care. You don't love me.
You never did.
You hate me. You know what I'm saying? Because we get that way because we can't understand. If you love me, why are you making me feel this pain?
Yeah.
If you love me like you say you do, why are you hurting me the way you are? Read that.
Proverbs chapter 29, verse 1. He that being often reproved.
So if you got to constantly get reproved over and over and over, and you don't understand, obviously you're getting often reproved because you're not understanding and you're not learning from the fact that you're being forced to feel pain because you're walking contrary to the instructions. So if you're walking contrary to the instructions, you're gonna get hit over and over and over. Well, that process is supposed to teach you something.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously you're not learning anything from the whoopings. You're not learning anything. You're not processing the fact that, hey man, maybe I should change and I will get less whoopings. But if I'm not processing the spankings properly, read on.
It says, he that being often reproved hardeneth his neck.
It says he does what if I don't process it correctly?
Hardeneth his neck.
It says the whooping's supposed to get you to think twice about what you do.
Yeah.
People that don't understand the whoopings, they get more rebellious. If you don't process the spankings, you become more deviant.
Done.
You become more disobedient. You become more rebellious. You become more anti-government, anti-control,
Anti-correction,
anti-rules, anti-authority,
anarchist.
and so you just want to go freestyle and do what you want to do at that point. So if you don't understand the Most High's correction, eventually what's going to happen is your neck is going to get stiff.
Yep.
You get more rebellious. Read on.
It says, shall suddenly be destroyed.
And if the more rebellious you get, then the Most High will just have to wipe you and destroy you, and that without what? Read.
And that without remedy.
And that without remedy. It will be no answers. It'll be no answer. It'll be no solution. No, that's the only answer, is just to destroy you.
Done.
Because you can't process the pain correctly. You can't process the suffering correctly. So now the Most High just got to spank you. But that's what the Most High is trying to show us, of why he spanks us so often, why we have to catch hell and tribulation so often. The objective is to learn from it so we don't eventually grow rebellious where the Most High has to utterly destroy us.
Done. Matter of fact, go to I think it's Matthew 7. Yeah, there's Matthew 7. Get there real quick. Can you put it in there, sir? In the Proverbs one. Matthew 7 and verse 7.
Matthew chapter 7 and verse 7. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find.
Listen, this is why a lot of times the individuals that come to the knowledge and that come to the lessons the spiritual lessons that they need, or to be specific, the people that are searching for the Most High, they're the ones that start figuring out why the Most High corrects you, why the Most High is putting you through the things that He's putting you through. There has to be an aspect of proactivity that a man and a woman have to show the Most High to get the answers that they need for salvation. Mm-hmm. Listen, He makes you work for it. He makes you earn it. A lot of this young generation, they expect things to be given to them, handed to them, overly explained to them, but that's not how the Most High operates. For the majority of us in these rooms, there was an aspect of you that was sighing and crying about their life and that knew there was more and wanted more and were seeking the Most High. Or some of us hit rock bottom and realize that life sucks. And then I got to sit back here now and turn to the Most High. Whatever your path was, you're not going to get the answers to your problems until you choose to ask, seek, and knock and pursue the Heavenly Father. Hold this and go to Revelations 10. Revelations 10 and verse 8 and 9. Matter of fact, it's 8 through 10. No, 8 through 11.
Revelation chapter 8 through 11.
10 verse 8 through 11.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. It says, "And the voice which I heard from heaven spake unto me again and said, Go and take the little book which is open in the hand of the angel which standeth upon the sea and upon the earth."
So John the Revelator was told to go to the angel and take the book that he had. Right? Read on.
Verse 9. "And I went unto the angel and said unto him, Give me the little book."
So what did John the Revelator ask the angel for?
Give me the little book.
But what did the Lord tell John to do when he went to the angel?
And he said unto me.
No, I'm asking a question.
My bad.
Does anybody answer the question? Okay. We will reread it again. Verse 8.
Verse 8. Come. And the voice.
Nobody answered the damn question.
Oh.
Read that. Besides you. You know. I know you know. Read that.
"And the voice which I heard from heaven spake unto me again and said, Go and take the little book which is open in the hand of the angel which standeth upon the sea and upon the earth."
He was given instructions to take the little book. Read on.
"And I went unto the angel and said unto him, Give me the little book. And he said unto me, Take it and eat it up."
Listen, there is an aspect of proactiveness that you're missing in that interaction. He was told to take this book, to pursue and take it. Not to ask for it and wait for somebody to give it to him. There is a process that we all have to go through if we want understanding. How hard are you going to work to get it? How much reading are you going to invest into this to get something out of it? The problem with our people is we take class, and class, we get the high off class, the spiritual high off class, and we go home. But you don't ever learn the power of the scriptures until you go home and study it for yourself. You got to make it yours. Eventually, the message can't be Awards or Shamshawans or Dawiyads or Elisha. It's got to be your message. And the only way it becomes yours is if you take it home and read it and see it for yourself. And the more we do that, the more proactive we are in pursuing these scriptures, then you'll get understanding. Then you'll get answers to your problems. Then the Most High will keep opening up more information that's readily there for you. And that's when you start tapping into the power that the Most High has for us. Read on.
All right. It says, "And I went unto the angel and said unto him, Give me the little book. And he said unto me, Take it and eat it up."
Eat it meaning you're not eating paper. Okay? The eating is partaking of the words. studying the words, consuming the information. So John was supposed to consume this Bible, consume these scriptures, consume the life that the scripture provides for us. Read on.
And it shall make thy belly bitter, but it shall be in thy mouth sweet as honey.
For those of us who walk this walk and serve the Lord, it does taste like honey. But living it's not easy.
Mm-mm.
He says, in your belly, it's going to be bitter, but it's going to taste like honey. What's first, the mouth or the stomach? Where does the digestion start first? In the mouth. So when you get this information and you really consume your mind to this word, you get strong, you get clarity. There is a mental peace and confidence that comes to you that you never had before. But then when it fully digests in you, then you realize how hard it is, and how selfless of a life you have to live. But then if you're really about understanding, you learn to live with the bitterness because of how strong it makes you and how close connected you are to the Heavenly Father. So you learn to accept the trade-off. Okay? But read on.
Verse 11. And he said unto me, thou must prophesy again before many
no, give
people.
me verse 10.
Oh, verse 10, come. And I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it up. And it was in my mouth sweet as honey. And as soon as I had eaten it, my belly was bitter.
So exactly how the angel broke it down, it happened. When he tasted it, when he started consuming it, it was sweet as honey. And when he finished, he realized how hard the life he had to live behind it. But then you take that verse and you take it connected with St. John 16:33. And he just talks about if you follow Christ's way, there's less tribulation. You live your life. Read this. Hold this. Go to St. John 16:33. I know I'm kind of bouncing around, but I think it's worth it. St. John 16:33. Just to kind of offshoot the idea of getting this word is bitter. The only reason it's bitter is because of the world that has to leave out of you in order for you to live this life. Read this.
St. John chapter 16 verse 33. These things I have spoken unto you, that in me ye might have peace.
So he's telling you, if you follow Christ, even though you consume this word and there's a bitterness there, there's a pain there, you'll still have peace in accepting Christ's way. Read on.
In the world ye shall have tribulation.
He's still saying following and operating in the world is a greater bitterness than the bitterness you suffer serving Christ. There'll be a peace of mind through the challenges of serving the Most High because of the understanding and clarity you get in these scriptures. But if you're out in the world just winging it, following sensations and feelings, those feelings and sensations and camaraderies in the world, they're empty. It's how many basketball games can you go to? How many sporting events can you sit back here and give yourself to? How many parties can you go to? How much alcohol can you consume? After all of it's done, what have you done with your life after that? What have you done for the Heavenly Father? There's a ceiling to your happiness and your pursuits in the world. But the real peace is in serving the Heavenly Father. But, continuing
based on what you're saying, you look at Michael Jordan, after basketball, when his body couldn't do it no more, he still had that competitive nature.
Yep.
And so that competitive nature turned into gambling addiction.
Gambling. Well, he was gambling during, gambling after.
Yeah.
He was owning race car driving. He was into that.
He was gambling with the teammates.
Yeah.
He had bets going and wagers going with his own teammates.
He was playing cards all the time, man.
And then he was like, "You better give me my money. I want my money by tomorrow." But when you got that competitive nature and you have nowhere to put it, where does it go? It goes towards, the next level of challenges. How can I challenge myself to the next degree? This guy's he's doing fishing tournaments now. See, he's doing
race cars.
Race cars.
He has like he's like a part owner on a race car company.
Yeah, because
he ain't no race car. What are you doing that for?
Man, what are you doing? you play baseball, you play basketball, now you're playing golf, you're doing golf tournaments,
Yeah.
you're doing race car driving, you're doing fishing tournaments. You're still unfulfilled.
Yep.
Because where are you going to put all this drive that the Most High put into you? You're not putting it into Him. Why don't you become a preacher?
Well, once you make it develop and mentor people.
Yeah.
Because he's black-hearted. You don't give a shit about nobody.
You
don't care about nobody.
Yeah.
He does not like black people. How about that?
Yeah. He even said it.
I know he don't.
At a charity event.
Kinda.
I don't sign autographs for niggas.
He said that. He is not for his people.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted.
But that's like you said. There's a life. Yeah. You made a household name of yourself, but you're unfulfilled.
None of that matters in the end.
None of it matters. And this is why Matthew chapter 19 verse 26, 27. Matthew chapter 19 verse 27.
Matthew chapter 19 and verse 27. Then answered Peter and said unto him,
Because you know what? Peter got that mentality too. Read.
Behold, we have forsaken all.
Peter told Yahushua, we've given everything up. I've given my whole fishing business up.
Yep.
I've given up. Peter and Andrew were fishermen. That was the family business.
Yep.
He said, you know what? We don't even do the family business no more. We forsook the family business. We don't even do that anymore.
We sold the boats.
We sold the boats. all the money that they had accumulated, that's a very wealthy occupation. He said, all that's gone, man. We put all that to the side for what?
And follow thee.
He said, man, we left our business to follow you. Read on.
And what shall we have therefore?
And Peter want to know, what am I going to get in return? Read on.
And Yahushua said unto them, Verily, I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration.
He says, in the regeneration. Go ahead.
When the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory.
And that's what, and that's the kingdom where Christ sits as king. That's the new coming, the second coming of Christ, when he's recognized as king of the whole world. Read.
Ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel.
He said, this is why you may not get your reward now.
Yeah.
So you're suffering right now. You forsook your business right now. You forsook your occupation right now. He said, but later, after the fact, you'll get what? You'll get an opportunity to rule, to be joint heirs with Christ, to be joint rulers with Christ. So the benefits aren't for now. The benefit is for later. And that's why we read, like he read in John, when he said, the word is sweet to thy mouth, but it's bitter to the belly. Mm-hmm. Meaning, yeah, it sounds good. You teach it. It inspires people. But when you live it, it's a lot of suffering involved. It's a lot of loss involved.
The suffering is that you come last.
Exactly. You're not first.
Yep. That's the suffering.
And that's all that Christ is showing them. But you'll get yours in the end.
Yep. And you'll get yours in the present just based on the fact, do you love virtue?
And you can solve your problems.
You can solve your problems. And what he wants you to learn in this time is to value the pursuit of virtues. Yep. If growth and spiritual lessons is what matters to you, there's plenty of that on top. Now, what you want in the flesh ain't going to be there. But there's a lot of spiritual lessons to learn. And that's what he's trying to get us to value in this life on earth. Is the pursuit of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
Yep.
God. So let's scrap all of it. Let's go. I'm done with Revelation. We're good. Let's Matthew 7:7 again. I want to go there.
Nine. Matthew chapter 7 and verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be open unto you.
Read on.
For everyone that asketh receiveth.
But see, what's not necessarily focused on in this is, what are you asking for? Are you asking for spiritual virtues? Are you asking for knowledge, wisdom, understanding? Or are you asking for something for you? The answer to this goes into Solomon. When Solomon sacrificed 1,000 1,000 calves or cows. He sat back and asked for what? Wisdom to guide and lead his people. And he said, because you didn't ask for riches and comfort and leisure, I'm going to give that to you also. There has to be in us a pursuit of wisdom and knowledge. And that's what he's teaching us through the suffering. All the suffering and the ups and the downs and the losses and the pains. Mm-hmm. The purpose of it is to get us to learn to cleave to spiritual virtues. Because once you start learning how to cleave to spiritual virtues, then all this crap with our condition and status in life doesn't mean nothing anymore. Mm. Ezra was like, why are we sitting back here on the bottom of the totem pole? Because us trying to come up is what led to our corruption in the first place. What led to our corruption? Our desire to get paid, our desire to tend to our flocks, our desire to sit back here and come up. That's what led to our destruction. What is he trying to teach us through the suffering? Is to focus on our spiritual growth. And can we sit back here and focus on our spiritual growth until I come back? That's the lesson. Christ is explaining it. Hey, you're going to run your course. Just focus on me. Stop focusing on riches and coming up and making it. That's not the focus. The focus is the spiritual lessons I have laid out for you. But anyway, read verse 8. We're going to go back to Ezra. We'll be here forever just talking about this. Read that, sir.
Matthew chapter 7 and verse 8. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be open. If you're knocking and pushing and fighting for spiritual virtues, you'll get them. Now let's go back in Ezra, 2nd Ezra 4, and reset back on the topic. We went a little bit off. It wasn't bad though. The last thing we were talking about on this topic dealt with Adam and Ezra. Like, why did Adam put us in this condition of being on the bottom and suffering, and our people suffering, and this kind of like woe is me vibe with Israel's going to keep suffering because of this wicked heart in them, and we're going to be in this perpetual state of sadness and suffering. We're going to go to 2nd Ezra chapter 4 and 13 through 18. God. 2nd Ezra chapter 4 and verse 13. He answered and said, I went into a forest, into a plain, and the trees took counsel. So now the angel is going into these similitudes that he talked about. He said he's going to sit back here and talk to us in similitudes and in 3 ways and 3 similitudes. So let's continue. Verse 14. And said, come, let us go and make war against the sea, that it may depart away before us, and that we may make us more woods. So he said, the trees is counseling. He said, we're gonna go to war with this water. We're going to come together in our tree forest regime and take out the water. Read on. Okay. The floods of the sea also in like manner took counsel and said, come, let us go up and subdue the woods of the plain, that there also we may make us another country. Okay, so the water want to sit back here and go to the plains lands and expand their territory. Read on. The thought of the wood was in vain, for the fire came and consumed. Mm-hmm. So whatever this woods was trying to do, there was a forest fire and killed all the plants. And all the trees died. Read on. The thought of the floods of the sea came likewise to naught, for the sand stood up and stopped them. And so all those little plants are going over to the plains area. All the water just soaked up on the damn sand and nullified it. Read on. If thou wert judged now betwixt these two, whom wouldest thou begin to justify? Or whom wouldest thou condemn? They were both to be condemned. None of them were to be justified. Read on. It says, I answered and said, verily, it is a foolish thought that they both have devised. For the ground is given unto the wood, and the sea also hath his place to bear his floods.
Mm-hmm.
Then answered he me and said, Thou hast given a right judgment, but why judgest thou not thyself also?
But he's like, you can sit back and see the water wasn't meant to go past the sand. And you can see that the trees weren't meant to even move, let alone move and take over the water. But why can't you see your limitations? Why can't you realize you're asking about Adam and understanding, trying to find out why we're suffering at the level? That wasn't what we were supposed to give our mind to. We were supposed to give our mind to working on ourselves and working on pleasing the Heavenly Father and working on being good servants for the Heavenly Father. He's like, you got to learn your place and learn your position. That was as far as you were supposed to go. Read on.
You know, he's showing them how if you get too deep
Yep.
and trying to think outside of things that you have no control over, it's a waste of time.
Yep.
You know, a lot of time we want to know all the answers to everything in life.
Yep.
Why this and why that, and the questions are endless. You know, you ask why. You know, our kids ask you why all the time. Well, go over and go to your room. Why? Because I tell you so. Why? Because I said so. Why? Because if not, you're gonna get spanked. Why?
Yeah.
You can ask why all the time. You can keep asking why, but it won't. What he's showing them is there's a greater focus. Why don't you just focus on you instead of just knowing things that you have no knowledge of or you can't comprehend?
Done.
Focus on yourself.
And how to get to the kingdom. There's enough things in us that we have to consume our minds with. Then consuming our minds with other knowledges, other pursuits, other vanities. Okay? Let's continue.
Come.
What verse are we at?
In verse 21.
So we're in 2nd Ezra chapter 4 and verse 21.
Come. 2nd Ezra chapter 4 and verse 21. For like as the ground is given into the wood, and the sea to his floods, even so they that dwell upon the earth may understand nothing but that which is upon the earth. And he that dwelleth above the heavens may only understand the things that are above the height of the heavens.
Read on.
Then answered I and said, I beseech thee, O Lord, let me have understanding.
I'm still trying to get some answers, though. I'm still trying to get some answers, though. I am not satisfied. I want to know more.
The angel said, stay in your place. Man.
That's what he's saying, huh? He said, yeah, I heard that, but I still want some more answers.
Yeah.
Kind of, yes, Melise, but give me some answers.
Yes.
But the problem is he's not going to like the answers he's getting. But let's continue.
Verse 23. For it was not my mind to be curious of the high things.
He says, you're trying to talk about the animals and the water and the seas and the firmament and all this stuff. I just want to know about the Jews and how long we're going to be in captivity. That's all I want to know. Read on.
But of such as pass by us daily, namely, wherefore Israel is given up as a reproach to the heathen.
But he's still trying to find out how long is Israel going to be in captivity to the nations. So you're still trying to reach over your bounds. But he's like, I'm not talking about moon, stars, and quasars. I'm just trying to find out about how long Israel is going to suffer under these damn Persians. Read on. Persians and Babylonians. Read on.
You know, the angel gave him a parable out.
God, he's giving you a similitude to see that you're asking too much. And it went over Ezra's head. Read on.
And for what cause the people whom thou hast loved is given over unto ungodly nations. And why the law of our forefathers is brought to naught, and the written covenants come to none effect.
He's like, not only are we in the different nations, but we're following these nations' policies, and the law of the Most High is being forgotten. That was already happening after 2 or 3 generations. And that's happened now. He's like, listen, why is it not just that we're in captivity, but we've forgotten you, we've forgotten your laws, and we're not honoring you the right way. Read on.
And the written covenants come to none effect.
What verse are we at?
In 24 now.
Read on.
And we pass away out of the world as grasshoppers, and our life is astonishment and fear. and we are not worthy to obtain mercy.
Hold that and go to Deuteronomy 28 and 28. He said our life is astonishment and fear. And he pulled that straight from Deuteronomy 28. Ezra did.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 28.
Yeah.
The Most High shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart.
What I want to do, astonishment, when you go on the definition, it gives there was a word that came from astonishment, and it was consternation. Look up consternation.
Consternation. 1828.
That was fast. Hold on a second. Yeah, read that.
Astonishment, amazement, or horror that confounds the faculties and it says
And incapacitates.
and incapacitates a person for consolation and execution.
Yeah. Consultation. Read it from the top.
A person for consultation.
No, read the whole definition, sir.
Astonishment, amazement, or horror that confounds the faculties and
This is amazement or horror that confounds the faculties, how you operate, how you move, how you think. An example of consternation or astonishment is PTSD. He's saying that the affliction that our people were going to go through because they sinned was going to be like PTSD, was going to permanently affect their faculties. When a person experiences something that traumatic, their faculties are now changed. How they think is now changed. How they operate is now changed. What Ezra is saying and what Moses is saying is because of the sin that we had to go through, we have to go through traumatizing scenarios that change how we think.
Yep. It alters it.
That alters it. It makes us now more paranoid, more fearful, more extreme, more unstable in how we carry ourselves. That's PTSD.
You had a guy the other day.
Undiagnosed PTSD, because black folks don't go to psychiatrists. Black folks don't know psychiatrists.
Yep. You had a guy the other day that was trying to be charitable in the evening. He rolled down his window and gave $1 to a homeless guy. The homeless guy opened the door, drug him out the car, and took off in his car. So can you imagine what kind of trauma that is? Like, you trying to be generous, and you just got assaulted and hijacked and robbed. You're never gonna give somebody some change after that. Like, you're never gonna open your door again after that. Like, I can't trust people now. But imagine how many of those things happen to us on a regular basis,
bro.
And how we're apprehensive now, or we're fearful,
and we don't even think the same. We don't smile no more.
We don't trust no more.
Our whole character is thrown out the damn trash.
I don't even talk to people no more. I isolate. I'm by myself.
Now I'm like what's that rapper? I always forget that rapper. I always talk about guns at. Who's like on the West Coast side? I always talk about guns at.
Brother Lynch Hung.
Brother Lynch Hung. Listen, he got 30 guns in the house side.
Yeah.
He got all type of weapons out. He has guns in his under his pillow, on his in his sofa recliner. Everywhere you go, there's a gun out.
Yeah.
Paranoia, PTSD. This is our people. I've gone to brothers' houses and there's guns everywhere. That's PTSD.
Yep.
That's paranoia. Whatever experiences these brothers experience, the only way they can psychologically be at peace with themselves is to have guns everywhere. That's a real thing. But that's part of the curses. Okay? That astonishment of heart to where whatever I went through, my whole psyche has changed.
Well,
it happened to us. It's happened to us in our youth, in our teens, in our older age. But this is what Ezra is saying. I just want to kind of bring out just what that astonishment of heart really is and what Ezra was talking about in Ezra 4. So let's go back to Ezra 4 and verse 28.
Ezra chapter 4, verse 28.
Oh, 24. It was 4 and 24.
Yeah, come on. Second Ezra chapter 4, verse 24.
Mm-hmm.
And we pass away out of the world as grasshoppers, and our life is astonishment and fear.
When it says we pass out of the world as grasshoppers, nobody remembers us. We phase in and phase out. Like nobody remembers no damn grasshopper. We're here and we're gone. We make no major impact on earth. Read on.
And our life is astonishment and fear.
Our life is full of trauma and pain and loss and psychologically altering events that change how we carry ourselves forever. Read on.
And we are not worthy to obtain mercy.
Because of all the sins, we're not even worthy to obtain mercy. Read on.
Verse 25. What will he then do unto his name whereby we are called? Of these things have I asked.
So the Most High is like, what is he going to do with our name? What's he going to do with his name, I should say? Is his name going to even be remembered? If we're on such a low level, and if we're sitting back here trying to act like the Joneses, act like the nations, what's going to happen to the Most High? Will it ever be elevated again? Read on.
Then answered he me and said, the more thou searchest, the more shalt thou marvel.
He says, the more you try to get answers to this question, the more you're going to get stressed out. You're not going to get the answers you're looking for. You want to know, is Israel going to rise back up? You want to know if the Most High's name is going to still be pronounced on the earth? You're going to keep asking and you're not going to get the clarity you're looking for. Read on.
It says, for the world hasteth fast to pass away, and cannot comprehend the things that are promised to the righteous in time to come.
He says, the world hasteth fast to pass away. The world is on the trajectory, it's on to end. And there's no way you're going to speed this up. The world's going to go as fast as the world's going to go to get to the end. Read verse 27 again.
Verse 27 from the top. It says, and cannot comprehend the things that are promised to the righteous in time to come. For this world is full of unrighteousness and infirmity.
So what is he saying? He's like, listen, the world in its present state in the late 400s BC, there was so much wickedness going on. The earth wasn't in condition to feel all. It says, read it from the top. It says, and cannot comprehend the things that are promised to the righteous in time to come. So is what it said. The world isn't even ready to receive the righteousness that's to come down the line. The world wasn't ready to receive righteousness yet. The world was still wicked. The world, from the time that Ezra was talking to the angel to the end, had to go through a phase of further deterioration before it can be prepared for righteousness to reign back on earth. This is the answer that the angel is telling Ezra. He said, hey man, this world's still too wicked. It's got to go through the process of all the wicked devices and maneuvers that's going to get us to the end times. Then the Most High will sit back and bring righteousness to reign on earth. This was in response to the question, will the Most High's name be even spoken of? The answer is, hey, not in a long time. There's a lot of wickedness that has to go down before the end comes and the righteous are elevated on earth. Does that make sense? Are we clear so far? Let's continue.
You want to get this real quick.
What's that?
1 Timothy 3:1. Second Timothy 3:1.
2 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 1. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come.
Go ahead.
For men shall be lovers of their own selves.
And he's showing you that the closer you get to the end, the worst state of mankind is. As man starts to deteriorate the closer you get to the end. He said, perilous times shall come. He said, men shall be what?
Lovers of their own selves.
It says selfishness will be on the rise.
Yep.
What else?
The poor will be exploited more.
Yeah.
That's what selfishness is about. The poor are taken advantage of. People exploited. Continue.
People getting finessed.
Kind of. On a global level, though.
Yeah.
Not just on some damn 3-card money on the corner.
Yeah.
People even do that in the corner in New York and East Coast anymore. Those hustle games like that.
Oh,
anyway,
they still do.
keep going now.
Go ahead.
Covetous.
He said there will be what?
Covetous.
So there's, as the earth starts to progress towards its end, he said there's going to be more selfishness, more covetousness. What else?
Boasters.
People boasting about pride, boasting about their accomplishments.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Proud.
They're going to be proud. A lot of high opinions. Very opinionated people. Read on.
Blasphemous.
People that have no regard to the scriptures. People that are
have no reverence.
They don't reverence. There's no piety to the Most High. They don't respect the Bible. They don't respect the word of the Most High. Read on.
Disobedient to parents.
It says the more closer you get to the end, parents have it worse because the children have no respect.
Yeah,
a little boy that in Dallas was online defaming another little boy's death. Him and his mom shot up at Walmart, and he was bragging that he didn't get a scar, but his mama got shot up in the hospital. Mom lived, but he was bragging online, jumped back online, say, "I ain't not a scratch on me." But your mother, through your foolishness, your mother's in the hospital, shot up. But you're bragging online that they missed you, that you didn't get a scratch. No respect to the parents whatsoever. He said disobedient to parents. What else?
Unthankful.
A lot of good you do for people, you can forget about being thankful for it. You can forget about people appreciating your good deeds, your good works. He said the closer you get to the end, all this wickedness shall abound.
Yes.
What else?
Unholy.
More people they give up on the church, they give up on the Bible. Yeah. They're just non-denominational. They just don't believe in it. They believe it's a God, they just don't believe in religion.
Yep.
They have no faith in nothing. Read on.
Without natural affection.
Brotherly love, that disappeared in the 60s.
Yep.
Maybe the 70s at the most. Brotherly love is out the window. Read.
Truth breakers.
People tell you they're going to do something, and they're going to give you, man, my word is bond. My word is bond. Whatever they want to call it.
Yeah.
My word is bond. Bond. There's no bond in your word. You say you were going to do something, be a place at a certain time. You never show up. You never show up to what you say you're going to do. You don't commit. He said they're going to be truth breakers. What else?
False accusers.
They'll be lying on you. What else?
Incontinent.
No self-control. Incontinent. No self-control. What else?
Fierce.
What else?
Despisers of those that are good.
And that the level of hate that's going to abound on earth is going to increase. People are going to be haters more than lovers of mankind. It's going to be hating everywhere. Hating going to be an epidemic like it is now. You're getting hate from all directions. Read on.
Traitors.
People are traitors. They're going to stab you in the back. They're going to stab you in the back in the last days. All this is abounding towards the end. It's getting worse, not getting better. So as the angel's telling Ezra, the world is not ready to get the answers that you're asking, because the world is not in a place where spiritually they can handle these answers, or they're going to obtain these answers. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Read on.
Heady.
Heady just means strong-minded. They're fixated on a mindset, and you can't move them off of their mind frame. They're fixated in their mind. Read on.
Says lovers of pleasures more than lovers of the Most High.
And in the last days, people are going to love pleasure more than they love what?
The Most High.
My pleasure is the pursuit of pleasure, the pleasure principle, like Janet Jackson sang about. It's the pleasure principle. It's the principles of pleasure. That's why that song was a hit, because what it's about is me being satisfied in the flesh. That's what it's all about. Long as I get what I want in the flesh, that's all that matters. I don't care about anything spiritual. I'm not in pursuit of anything spiritual. Long as my flesh is satisfied, that's all I care about. He said, but this is the conditions that'll be upon the earth, and as time goes on, it gets worse. That's why the angel really can't give Ezra what he's asking, because look at the conditions that's there. Look at the mentality in the hearts of men that are polluted and corrupted and defiled. The world wasn't ready to see the good of the Most High just yet. But this is why Job said, go to Job 14:1 real quick.
Job chapter 14 and verse 1.
Read that.
Man that is born of a woman.
He said, man that come out of a woman. Read.
Is a few days.
He said, this man's life is but what?
A few days.
It don't last long. You know, the truth of it is, the earth in its present condition at the time that the angel was talking to Ezra wasn't in a positive place. Can you imagine how it is now compared to what it was better then than it is now? But if it wasn't ready then, how much less is it ready now?
Exactly.
To inherit the good.
Exactly.
And also, the Most High didn't cut man's life down, but 70 years.
Yeah, because of the wickedness.
Because of the wickedness. Man at least had 956, like Methuselah. Man had almost 1,000. You had almost 1,000 coming into the earth in Adam's time. Now we're down to under 100 years.
And that's what the Most High is realizing, and the angel is realizing. The wickedness has to run a course before it's ready to receive the righteousness.
You might even need 1,000 years just for him to explain the answer to the question.
Done.
But Ezra might be dead by the time the angel give him the answer.
Well, he would have been. That's why he couldn't really give him. He couldn't give him specifics because it was above his pay grade.
Yeah, above his lifespan.
Yeah.
For the Most High to explain something to us, we would need at least 1,000 years to get
To
understanding.
digest it.
Yeah.
And see how things have devolved over the years for this to all make sense. We can sit back here and it makes a lot more sense for us now because there's other scriptures. You had Paul, you had Christ, you had all these different breakdowns to explain it. But for where he was at, a lot more things had to go down. But it'll explain itself a little bit more. You done with that verse?
Finish that?
Fine.
You got to go, Cry, after this verse.
Fine. It says, man that is born of a woman is a few days.
It said his life is but a what?
Few days.
He don't have enough time. And what? And in those days is what?
And full of trouble.
And in those days he got a life of what?
Full of trouble.
It's going to be a lot of trouble. That's what life is. So we only have a certain amount of time to figure out our purpose and what the Most High wants from us and the things that we need to fix about us. We don't have a long time. We don't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
You got to start working on what the Most High got in store for you as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Let that go. We'll go back to Ezra.
So let's go back to Ezra. 2nd Ezra 4 and verse 28. Let's get Adam real quick.
Adam Shal Shabbatah Ban Yahawada Ban Yasharala.
Adam, Shal Sabbath, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashala. I imagine. Bro. Yahawah Shem Yah Shabrakatah.
Yahaba Shem Yah Shabrakatah.
All right. Let's do this. Verse 28, sir. 2nd Ezra 4 and 28.
4 and 28. But as concerning the things whereof thou askest me, I will tell thee, for the evil is sown, but the destruction thereof is not yet come.
He said evil was sown from the beginning. Right? But the fullness of that evil and the destruction hasn't come yet.
The consequence of that.
So he's like, that evil has sown, but it hasn't fully budded. It hasn't fully expanded out to the level it has to go before he cuts it down and chops it off. When we've read in the scriptures, before the Most High ever destroyed a country or eliminated or changed the course of a country's life, he would always say the sin reached up unto heaven. Right? I'm paraphrasing it. But it said the sin of this country, the sin of this nation, reached up to the heavens, and then he had to sit back and come deal with it. He's saying the fullness of the spirit of sin hasn't reached its climax yet.
Yeah, he talks about to the height of sin.
Exactly.
The man comes to a height of sin.
Yeah.
There's a particular measurement that the Most High decides, okay, that's enough. Enough is enough.
And then this verse, somewhat the height of sin in totality.
Right.
There's the heights of sin in individual nations and countries, and then it's the height of sin in general. Like the height of sin hasn't even come close to being measured. So this is what has to happen as before Israel has to stop feeling the brunt of loss and pain. The spirit of sin has to be in, because the question initially was about the wicked heart. That wicked heart that was sown in from Adam has to ride its course, the spirit of sin. You gotta understand this. Our sin, Adam, and then Israel's sin started off the process of wickedness. The rest of the world and nations have to finish it off. Even your so-called fake Jews are sitting back here and taking on the wicked path that we once led from the beginning. All the nations in the world is riding the course of that wicked heart that was sown us from the beginning. But let's continue.
If therefore that which is sown be not turned upside down, and if the place where the evil is sown pass not away, then cannot it come that is sown with good?
He said the good can't come until the evil runs its course and is turned upside down. And this is what he's explaining to Ezra, and he can't really explain the years and times and how many more centuries have to go by before evil rises to its climax and is turned over, and then good can come in.
And it's like he's saying evil must be tilled. How you till the ground and turn over the soil. Evil got to be tilled out of the earth. You have to turn it over in order to plant good seed, because the weeds it's too far gone. The ground is saturated with weeds. You can't do nothing with it.
So he's like, it's got to get to its height. Then we'll chop it down and get rid of it all.
Yep.
And then turn over all the soil of sin.
And then plant the good seed.
It's about planting a good seed and starting over with a righteous world in general. But read on.
For the grain of evil seed hath been sown in the heart of Adam from the beginning.
No, wait, where are we at?
4:30.
I don't want to go to verse 30 yet. So let's go to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 1 through 6. So it's going back to the notion that sin has to rise to its height before it's rooted out. Okay? So we're going to go to 2 Thessalonians, and this is where the class starts to ramp up a little bit. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 1 through 6. If I can get it. Yeah, let's read that.
Paul and Silvanus.
No. 2 Thessalonians
Yeah.
chapter 2, verse 1 through 6.
Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter as from us, as that the day of Yahushua is at hand.
So now they're asking the same question that Ezra asked. Paul is talking, I was saying, 50s, 50 ADs, 50, 60 ADs. This is before the fall of Jerusalem, probably in the 40s. I don't have the right time, so Shalakia for that. But it was in between 70 AD, the collapse of Jerusalem, and Christ's death. So somewhere in between that time, in the early ADs, people are asking when Christ is coming, when the end is coming. Just like Ezra is talking about in 2 Ezra 4, when is this end coming, and righteousness will come back over and turn over the world. Okay? So Paul is like, don't be troubled with what I'm about to tell you. Read on.
Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first.
He's like, listen, there's got to be a falling away with who? Us. We have to fall away again. Okay? He said there's got to be a falling away on our part as a nation again. Read on.
And that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition.
And he says, then that man of sin has to be revealed. The son of perdition has to be exposed before all the chains start to unravel. During the Roman times, the man of sin wasn't revealed yet. He was just another nation.
Yep.
The Greeks were another nation. But that man of sin wasn't revealed until later on. He says, we got to fall again. And then that individual, when he rises up, you're going to know without a shadow of a doubt who the man of perdition is. And when that man of perdition rises up, the man of perdition is about another nation. When this nation comes up, then you'll know we're getting close to the end. Okay? Read on.
Who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called Yahweh, or that is worshipped, so that he as the Most High sitteth in the temple of Yahweh, showing himself that he is the Most High.
He's saying there's going to be this nation, Edom, that rises up and takes position of everything that's called the Most High and usurps himself as the Most High. Listen, when we sit back here, do we follow the laws of the Most High in this country? No. All we do is follow the policies of the individuals who have taken the position of being the Most High. The Most High isn't pushing the world. You can tell by the policies that are being passed that the Most High isn't considered at all.
Right.
Listen, even back in Roman times, people forget the Romans paid the Jews to do what for them? Sacrifice for them. Romans said, listen, sacrifice animals for us and pray for Rome to sustain itself. And we'll leave y'all alone. Give us our money, pay us our tribute, and pray for Rome.
Caesar Augustus especially said that.
Yep, Augustus said that. And when he did it, hey, the Jews were clear. So what am I saying? That man of perdition had to be revealed down the line. The individual that was in power, that sat back here and removed the serving of the Heavenly Father, removed the acknowledgement of the Heavenly Father. He says, that's when you know the son of perdition is here. And we're getting close to the end. Okay?
Read a verse on that too. Deuteronomy 32 and 26, showing you that man of perdition is a nation, like you said. And it's a nation of people, not just a man.
He's at 32:26?
Read that.
I said I would scatter them into corners.
He said this man in particular, or this nation in particular, the objective of this nation is to do what?
I would scatter them into corners.
It's to scatter us all over the world, which we have been scattered by way of what? Slavery and oppression.
I'm sorry, this is 22 or 32?
32.
And 26? Oh, 30. Okay, got it.
Read.
I would make the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
And what is this nation's objective? Is to make the remembrance of us as being the children of the Most High to cease among who?
Among men.
So that means that the idea is to get you to not acknowledge the fact that you're an Israelite, that you're the children of God, to disconnect you from your heritage, and to remove you from the notion that you have an obligation to serve the Heavenly Father. This is why if we got caught reading the Bible, our tongues were cut out, or you were killed if you read the Bible. You got a hot coal. They said, we got a picture right there in the back that said they would take a hot coal right out of the fire and stick it in your mouth and burn your tongue with it to make sure that you don't speak on what you're seeing. He said that their objective is to remove your identity from off the face of the earth. Read on.
Were it not that I fear the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely.
And do what? Read.
Unless they should say, "Oh, hand is high."
It says, "Our hand is high." It says that this nation, they want to exalt themselves as having all authority and all power over all the world. They want to influence their power over everybody on the earth and put everybody under subjection. Read.
Good.
Our hand is high.
And that's what it means, is that we sit in the seat of the Lord. Our hand is high. Read on.
And the Most High hath not done all this.
It says, and you know what? It's us who've done this. We put ourselves in a position of power, and we're going to retain this power forever. Read on.
For they are a nation.
It says the people that are doing this, that have been doing these things to other people. He says they are a what?
Void of counsel.
No, they are a nation of people. So this man of perdition is not just a man; it's a nation of people who has an objective to remove the real children of the Most High and to have rulership and authority on earth. Read on.
Neither is there any understanding in them.
He says, but there's no understanding in them because they don't use the tenets of the Most High. Read on.
Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end.
It says, even in Deuteronomy, it says if they knew better, they would understand their end. That the Most High has a determination written for those particular people that oppress other people and scatter them all over the earth and try to remove their identity from them not being the children of the Most High. He said if they really understand what they were doing, he says they would understand their end if they had understanding. They know that that's only temporary.
Huh?
Let that go and go back to Thessalonians.
Okay, so 2 Thessalonians 2, verse 4.
2 Thessalonians 2 and 4. Who opposeth and exalted himself above all that is called Yahweh, or that is worshipped, so that he, as the Most High, sitteth in the temple of Yahweh.
He's saying this nation, and we know as Esau, is going to be this nation that determines to put themselves in a position of the Most High, and to remove all of the laws, the statutes, and the acknowledgement of the Heavenly Father, and replaces it with their policies and their laws and their ideologies. Even that's how you know when this man of perdition is revealed, is when his policies, he starts to strip away everything that establishes us to the Most High and replaces it with policies that are completely contrary to the Heavenly Father's way.
Two men can be married.
Exactly. I'm trying not to go into all these letters. This is a month that pushes it. I hate. I'm a June baby too, man. I got somebody deal with this crap every damn June. But there's a lot of different movements that push and go completely against the Heavenly Father's way, and that's how you know who the man of perdition is. And this process has started off from the Greek Empire, but has ramped up over the generations and years.
And if for whatever reason we're not saying things out clearly, it's because we're trying to retain the classroom and the YouTube channel.
We've gone ham and been getting shadow banned and getting all kind of crazy algos happening to us. I promise you. So we're going to sit back here and dance a little bit with some words. But the scriptures won't be dancing, I promise you that. So the falling away first, 2 Thessalonians 2 and 1. The man of perdition has to be revealed, right? And read on.
Shewing himself that he is the Most High.
So this leader, this nation of people, and the leadership specifically, are putting themselves to be the Heavenly Father and not giving the Most High his power and acknowledgement. Okay, read on.
Remember ye not that when I was yet with you, I told you these things?
Mm-hmm.
And now ye know that what withholdeth that he might be revealed in this time.
He's starting to get revealed in the Roman time, but he isn't fully revealed yet. And I'm going to explain why. We're going to let this go and jump to 2 Ezra chapter 6, verse 6 through 10. Second Ezra 6, verse 6 through 10. Now this is once again the angel talking to Ezra about the end. And one of the tokens or signs to let you know when the end comes. Read on.
Then did I consider these things, and they all were made through me alone, and through none other. By me also they shall be ended.
So from verse 1 to 5, this talks about creation and how the Most High created everything, and by his own hand, he's going to end things. So this crazy notion that we're going to get vengeance on the nations, and we're going to be sitting back here kung fu fighting the nations is ridiculous. The Most High is going to put these nations in order because he made them, and he's going to destroy them. He's going to uproot them and turn over the soil so that the righteous seed can come back in. Read on.
Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times?
It goes back to the end. This is what Ezra keeps asking. What signs are you telling me to let me know when the end is coming? Now, Paul said that the man of perdition, or that nation of hell, because perdition is hell, that nation of hell has to be revealed. That nation that's not about the Most High, that nation that doesn't push spiritual ethics and biblical ethics, has to be revealed first to let you know when the end is coming. Read on.
Or when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of the it that follow it?
So what's going to be the token or the sign that lets you know when the end comes and when the new world that's going to be righteous revives? What's going to be the signs? Read on.
And he said unto me, from Abraham.
So this is the angel talking. Read on.
unto Isaac.
From Abraham to Isaac. Read on.
When Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau.
He said, the way you're going to know about the end of times, you got to go all the way back to the beginning of times. And in the beginning of times, it was about Abraham's sons, Abraham and Isaac. And then Isaac had what?
Jacob
and Esau. He says, if you want to know about the end, you got to remember about the history. And it was about Jacob and Esau. And we know that Esau came out first. Jacob came out second. Okay, read on.
For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that follows.
He's telling you Esau, who's the father of the so-called white man, he marks the end of the world. And Jacob, Israel, marks the beginning of it that follows it. That righteous nation that the Most High is going to build with us once he takes away that whatness, that wicked heartness. Then he can re-sow a new kingdom back on earth. So once again, we're reading in chapter 4 that Ezra keeps asking about the end. And how am I going to know the end? The end comes with this nation, this last wicked nation that's ran by the elites of Esau. We're going to get more specific about these elites and these nations, but once you see Esau on top, that's how you know when the end is near, because that's that man of perdition. Listen, Paul said the man of perdition has to be revealed and let you know what the end is. Ezra is saying Esau is letting you know he's the man of perdition because he's going to be the nation that lets you know when we're getting close to the end. Right? Does that make sense so far? Continue.
The hand of man is betwixt the heel and the hand.
So he says, well, you're at verse 10, right? Read verse 10 again.
The hand of man is betwixt the heel and the hand.
What does that mean? The hand of man is betwixt the hand and the heel. The nations are in the middle. The nations sway to what? The nations sway to the power. If Esau's in power, what do the nations sway to? They're wearing suits. They're wearing ties. They're locking into the Edomite power that's on top. When we gain our power, guess what the nations are going to be doing? Swaying us. The nations are in the middle, prepared to sway to the world power that is the world power. That's what that's explaining. The nations fade in the balance based upon who's in charge. But the question goes back to, how do you know we're getting close to the end? And the answer the angel said is when Esau is in power. That's how you know the end is close.
He's showing you who's going to be in power during the time of the end.
Exactly.
He said Esau is the end of the world.
He marks the end. Now it doesn't tell you how long the end's going to be, but he tells you the end is going to be. He's giving you little clues. Esau marks the end of the world. Now let's go a little further with this. Let's go to 1 Maccabees 1 verse 7 through 9. And what is it about Esau? Why has it got to be Esau? Why has it got to be Esau? In my Uncle Ruckus voice. Let's go 1 Maccabees 1 verse 7 through 9. 1 Maccabees 1 verse 7 through 9.
Maccabees 1 and 7. So Alexander reigned 12 years and then died. And his servants bare rule, everyone in his place.
So after Alexander died, his generals, Lysimachus, Cassander, Seleucus, and Ptolemy, came into power. Okay, read on.
And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves.
All of his top generals took pieces of the divided countries and made it theirs. Read on.
So did their sons after them many years.
Mm-hmm.
And evils were multiplied in the earth.
Evil started to be multiplied on the earth once the Greeks came in power. This is how we know who Esau is. Okay? When the Greeks came into power was when wickedness and evils were multiplied. Specifically, when it was this all the generals after Alexander, because the Most High used Alexander to wipe out the Persian Empire. He says when he died and his generals came in, that's how you started realizing that evils began to be multiplied. And there were little signs of that perdition, but we didn't get the full scale of the wickedness of Esau until later. And the way I can explain that is to go to Revelation chapter 13 and verse 1. This will give a little more clarity on what I'm talking about. Revelations chapter 13 verse. I'm not going to read the entire chapter because that would take class way far away. Eventually we'll go back into these Revelation chapters. But what I'm going into is just explaining Esau and explaining the scope and the extent of his kingdom. Okay? Some of the chapters you use to kind of explain this is Daniel 7, Daniel 8, Revelations 13. It kind of gives you an understanding about the scope of Esau's kingdom. But, matter of fact, I might have to do a little more explaining on this. Read verse 1.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea.
Stop. Before I go any further, when it says the Most High saw a beast rise up out of the sea. Seas refer to nations. The way to prove that is Revelation 17 and 15. Give me that. Revelation 17 and 15 to explain that seas or the waters means nations.
And he saith unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the whore sitteth, are peoples, in multitudes, and nations, and tongues.
So, going back to verse 1 in Revelation 13, read it from the top again.
Revelations 13 and 1. And I stood upon the sand of the sea.
What he's saying is, I stood upon the nations, and I saw out of the nations and multitude and kindreds and people. Read on.
And saw a beast rise up out of the sea.
So is it some damn Godzilla damn story act? Or is it something more clear? Give me Revelations 13 and 18 to explain what the beast is. Revelations 13 and 18 to explain the beast.
Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man.
The beast is a man. The beast is a nation that came up and rose up above the rest of the nations. Read on.
And his number is 636.
That means his number is 666. That means that man is the man of hell or the man of perdition. Okay? That's just like what 2 Thessalonians was talking about, where that man of perdition has to be revealed. That nation that was wicked had to rise up above the rest of the nations. What are you going to say?
So what's the significance of the number?
It's just the number of a man. And it's just 666 is number. It's satanic. It's a perdition, man of perdition. I'm not going into the numbers right now. I'm not, and I'm not going. I've been given verses and breakdowns about all the number stuff. I don't even like going into all that stuff because I don't have enough of the understanding about that numerology stuff to even play with it. So let's go back to verse 1.
13 and 1. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea.
Stop. So he says he saw out of all the nations this one nation rise up above all the nations of the earth. We know that nation is a man. We know that nation is son of perdition. But let's continue.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
Now what makes this challenging, 7 heads, what he's saying is that this kingdom had 7 empires of its own that had different reigns on top over the centuries. Okay? We read earlier in 2 Ezra 4 that wickedness had to run its course all the way. We read in 2 Thessalonians that this man of perdition had to be revealed to let you know when the end was near. And then we read in 2 Ezra chapter 6 that Esau let you know we were at the end of civilization. Now we're getting specific in Revelation 13 that Esau, who marks the end, had 7 major empires that came from that nation. And that those seven empires took many years to get to the last of the empires. Okay? So, read it from the top again. We're going to take our time. 13 and 1 and 2 have enough to explain the point. But let's go.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns.
So, along with the 7 heads, the 7 empires, the 7 major leading empires of the Edomite nation, there were also 10 horns. Horns represents powers. So there were 10 lower level nations that supported each of the 7 heads over time. Even right now, we know America is the world superpower. But what does America have to back them right now? NATO. NATO are all the other adjoining Edomite countries, whether it's France, Germany, Spain, I'm trying to think of some more. Oh, Sweden, Finland, Britain, all the surrounding NATO countries, Greece, Romania, all of them. All those countries in NATO that are backing all the United States plays. All throughout history, all those 7 major leading empires of Esau's nation had their run with other supporting countries backing them. Now, one day we'll get into it. We'll go into Daniel 7, and that gives a lot more clarity on this topic. But we just don't have the time. I'm just trying to explain what we're about to go into, how long Esau's been in power, how long they're sustained, okay? And how long this is going to take for this end to get to in Ezra. Read on.
And upon his horns.
And as I'm going, are there any questions? I don't want to confuse anybody. Okay, continue.
And upon his horns 10 crowns.
Because those horns, those little powers, had power themselves. NATO and all these individuals in NATO have power. France has power. And Britain has power. Germany has power. Italy has power. Spain has power. They have small jurisdictions that they're in control over, but the major beast runs the entire empire. Read on.
And upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
Okay, because these beasts don't serve the Heavenly Father. These beasts and their policies are anti the Heavenly Father, and over time, this beast has gotten more wicked and devolved. Every nation, or every Edomite kingdom that comes into power. Okay? Let's read on.
And the beast which I saw was like...
So this nation of people, because we know the beast is a man. He's explaining how it looked. And how it looked, he's letting you know the first nation and how it looked resembled like a leopard. Okay? Now what they tell you in history is Alexander the Great was known in war for wearing his leopard skin skull cap. It's important to know that. You can even see it online right now. Alexander was known as the leopard of Greece, and for 2 reasons. He wore the leopard skin skull cap, and how swift Alexander conquered the entire known world. He conquered the entire known world in 12 years. We read about that in 1 Maccabees 1 and 7 just now. I'm going to read it again. So Alexander reigned 12 years, then he died. Alexander reigned 12 years, but conquered from Greece all the way down to India. That was an amazing accomplishment to cover and conquer the whole known world in 12 years. So he's known as a leopard for how quickly he conquered the world. And when he was fighting, he wore a leopard skin skull cap. And the reason he's saying the beast looked like a leopard, and he said the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, because that was the first Edomite nation that came into power. That was the first Edomite nation that came into power, so he resembled that leopard. Okay? Read verse 2 again.
And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as...
Stop. When he says the feet, what does the feet represent? in all things. The end, the foundation or the end. The head or the face or the beast in general, the nation, look like the Greeks, the leopard. But the end of it, he's telling you the beginning of the nation and the end of the nation. How does the end of the nation look? Read on.
In his feet were as the feet of a bear.
The feet is of the feet of the bear. The bear is going to be the last Edomite kingdom that is in power. I don't know if you guys have been listening to like news and radio pundits, but they even talk about now about how NATO and the United States keeps poking the what?
Bear.
The bear. They say it even now. Russia has been known as being called the bear. Matter of fact, I hope I have this picture on this computer. But listen, you can sit back here. They say it even to this day that Russia is known as the bear. This is one. This isn't the one I really want. Go online real quick and check this out. And this is an image back literally in World War I. This is World War I. This was the sentiments of Europe and how they looked at Russia. Take a look. If y'all can. Oh, you can't. You can't. Go online and check it out because it's worth it. Listen, Russia has been fighting this entire time, even since World War I, to corral the bear, the Russian bear. And these are old political cartoons, but these old political cartoons still hold weight today. I'm trying to find a really good one. This is the one I want. This is a badass one. I've always liked this one. You like the Russians with his Russian bear got a stogie eye and airplanes. But listen, it's universally understood that Russia is known as the bear. Okay? So, what the scriptures are telling us is that the beginning of the Edomite nation is the leopard of the Greek Empire, which came into power in 333 BC. And the end of the Edomite nation is the reemergence of Russia. And if you can sit back and have half a brain, who's gaining traction right now in the world? Or has all of those economic sanctions, has it crippled Russia? If you sit back and listen to the right news, if you listen to CNN, Russia's in tatters. Russia's in trouble. You know, they tell you on the news that the Russians are taking microchips out of washing machines to sit back and fund their army. That's what they're saying on television. Are you serious? But you're sitting back here and sent 30 nuclear subs out in the sea, and I don't have enough money to buy and to create some damn microchips? Doesn't make any sense. What they're telling you on the news is a lie. It's called propaganda. Listen, the United States can say the nations can push propaganda, but we don't do it. Come on now. So, what am I saying? If you sit back and look at the right news, Russia's economy is the fourth largest economy on earth right now. They don't tell you that. Fourth largest on earth. Their ground forces are stronger than any other nation on earth. They have a working million-man army right now. Working million-man army, and they can conscribe and get that to 2 million any day of the week.
And that submarine, that advanced submarine, they got 90 miles off
It's
the coast.
nuclear powered.
Florida is a $250 million nuclear power sub.
But what they don't tell you is they said they got 25 out. 25 are out. It ain't just one. The funny thing is, because they're nuclear powered, they can't be spotted with regular radar.
Yeah, they make no sound, but very little sound.
There's no engine. I mean, it's nuclear powered.
Yeah. And
they can stay down for a long time, over a year, I think. Point is, and they're all out in the ocean.
Well, most of them are diesel powered.
I know.
And you could hear the diesel engines and they have to go in a silent mode and suppress the sound by suppressing the mufflers. They have an extensive muffler system on a sub that condenses the sound, but you can still hear it if you could have the proper equipment.
Sonar. So, but listen, but with the nuclear ones, you can't hear them. They're undetectable. They've gotten 25 to 30 or out. They don't, and everybody don't know where it is. The only reason you know is because they popped up. Listen, the one I was off the coast of Florida, they sat back here and said something. I forgot. They actually made a little small speech that don't listen to your government. They're lying to you. And you better not listen to them. They're really leading you to destruction. In their little Russian voice. And they shut it off. That happened. Point is, what am I saying? Scripturally, this was written a long time ago. Before the Russian bear was even thought of.
Yep.
He says the leopard is the beginning of the Edomite kingdom and the bear is the end. Now, like I said, the whole breakdown gets even with more detail. I just wanted to sit back and drive those 2 points. The beast is known or looks like a leopard because that was the first nation that came into power. We explained the beast is a man.
Yep.
The man that resembles that leopard. Alexander the Great. He was the first Edomite kingdom. Then it evolved into Rome. Rome fell. Then the next Edomite kingdom to come into power was Spain. Then it was France. Then it was Britain. Then you had Germany sprinkled in there. Then you had America. Because America really didn't come into the forefront until after World War II. Then they were top dog across the board. Because after World War II, Britain collapsed. Now you had Russia and America fighting and vying for power. Then America wiped them out in the late 80s when the Soviet Union collapsed. Then America was the only one. And now Russia has reemerged. And scripturally, it's not a war's opinion, Russia will mark the end of the Edomite Empire. Now, how long is Russia going to be in power? I don't know. We got to wait and see. But all these questions that Ezra was asking, we're at the end. We have a better idea what it is. But Ezra was talking this in 450, 460 BC. That was before even the Greeks came into power, which was in 333 BC. Yep. Look at that. 400 years, 450 years. Then you got to go a whole other 2,000 years. That was way beyond his understanding and scope. But even so, the angel gave him enough hints and clues for us to figure it out. He said Esau's the end, Jacob's the beginning. When Esau falls, he represents the end of wickedness. And then wickedness has to get uprooted from the ground up. And then Christ comes back and changes our hearts. And then a new world gets established. A righteous kingdom gets established afterwards. Are there any questions so far? Yes, sir.
So will the Russians have the same global influence that the United States has?
They'll be the next global superpower.
Okay.
Now the thing is this. Let's even say America had power over Russia for a period of time. Yeah. After 89, 90. Now, did all of Russia change? What was the United States really, what they want? They want power over natural resources. Gas, timber, minerals. That's what they want. Listen, I was listening to Lindsey Graham on Meet the Press. He said, listen, we're not going to let Russia take all of Ukraine's natural resources. They said Ukraine has over tens of trillions of dollars worth of natural resources. That's why they're over there. They don't mind spending billions to make trillions. That's okay. That's a deal they're okay with trading off on. Matter of fact, let me try to shoot that online so everybody can see it, because that really hit me at. When it was an image of like I hope it's clear. That was my only concern. I don't know if it's clear enough. Here it goes. Let me shoot it to. Let me see. Or I can send it to me to email. That's what I'll do. Be patient with me, y'all. I don't know what's playing right now. Okay. Sound like a video game for a second. I was like, what's going on here? Some Pac-Man or something. Okay. Let me. This is it. Okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to put this online. Just give me 1 second, y'all. There it goes. Take a look at it. If you guys can look online. This is the value of all of the natural resources and minerals in Ukraine. And this is why they're so pissed off. So these are the minerals, and it's hard to see all of it, but rock salt is a big one. Silver, brown coal, zinc, copper, gold. There's gold in them down heroes. There's gold in Ukraine. What's that stuff for? My eyes bad. I gotta expand.
Which one is it?
That one under gold. See, it's hard, right?
10.
Yeah, there
it
is.
looks like 10.
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm trying to expand them more so I can get it. We can get it. 10.
No, that's not
iron.
10. Tight.
It's a blue one. Can y'all see it?
Yeah.
Here's a delay on it. The blue one under gold. Then there's uranium, manganese, Kepa, clay, aluminum, lithium. They need that lithium.
You need aluminum too.
And I don't know what this is.
Russians
Oil, they got oil, huh?
Oil and gas.
got the better end.
Well, that's the point. That's why they want it back. The Russians got the better end of the piece of land. Listen, when you see the numbers, then you sit back and see the purple area is what Russia took over. That's the Donbass. The Donbass is all on the right in a different shaded color. In the purple. The Donbass got 3.2 trillion up north, 3.9, 605 billion, and 10 billion, and 206 billion, all on the area that they just reoccupied to be theirs. Now you know why they're pissed. And the funny thing, this is the initial temptation, is if they can take over Ukraine and they can wet their beaks with tens of trillions of dollars worth of natural resources, it incentivizes them for a full-on invasion in Russia. Because whatever is here, it ain't nothing compared to what Russia got. So this is tens of trillions. It's hundreds and hundreds of trillions of dollars worth of natural resources that Russia's holding on to. And that's what they really want. That's what they're fighting for.
Russia is supplying Europe with gas, oil and gas.
They used to. Or now they're doing it with backdoor channels. Mm-hmm. They used to sit back here and supply Europe with gas through Nord Stream. Mm-hmm. But since they blew it up, now they sell all of their oil to China and India. And then China and India sell it back to Europe at a higher rate. So they're still buying Russian oil. They just don't tell it to you. They buy it through third-party channels, pay more, and the consumer has to pay more with electric and oil charges.
It's no longer direct. It's a middleman.
It's not cheaper. So now they got to pay more money out of pocket for the same oil they had when it was going straight to them. But listen, this is what the war is all about. Right here. All the trillions of dollars that they're missing out on. And the funny thing is, this area in the Dneprovsky region, they've taken that over lately. They've gone further west and north in Kharkov, and they can't stop it. So this other big chunk of 3.5 trillion, they're taking that now. The 6.85 billion, the 685 billion is getting taken over. That's the Kharkiv region. They're fighting over that right now, and they're losing. Yep. So all the major chunks of resources, Russia now holds.
And when you look at geographically, when you look at Ukraine, they have mountainous regions that are full of minerals, and those minerals eventually wash down into the valley, the steep valley, where that's why Ukraine has all that lush soil and lush sediments. All those minerals are constantly washing down into the steep valley, where all the nitrogen and the soil is rich with gold. All that washes down into the valley, and this is where, like, the majority of the world's wheat and also fertilizer comes straight out of Ukraine.
So this is why they're fighting for it, and this is the tip of the iceberg. They're trying to, first of all, they've been trying to kill Putin and establish regime change for years. It's not working. But they felt that if they sanctioned them, the people would be so angry about the lower cost of living, they'd push them out. It reversed on them. They're trying to take out Ukraine to get a step closer to Russia to get the natural resources. It's always been about resources, in-game moves. Okay? But the Most High is in charge of all this. And all of these plots by the United States and NATO isn't working. And Russia's getting stronger. And prophetically, the bear is going to be the last one on top. This is my opinion. I'm not pro-communist and pro-Ruski. I'm straight talking the scriptures. You got a question first? Yeah.
The next question I have was, what's the difference between you mentioned earlier the 7 heads and 10 horns?
The horns are the lower powers that support the head at the time. These 7 heads, there's 7 kingdoms that ruled during different time periods of history. Don't look at it as these 7 heads are all at one time. These 7 heads ruled at during different centuries, during different time periods. Okay? That's how it was. So, and for each kingdom that had their rule, you had supporting vassals. 10 horns are referred to another way as vassals. Countries that have power, that you bring up their resources to help the leading kingdom. Right now, Germany is bankrupting themselves, supporting the war. United States, listen, man, we need your Taurus missiles. Give them to Ukraine. But we only have 10. Well, give them 7. Hey, France, we need you to give your little rinky-doo little trucks and send them out there to fight. And send your resources. Send around 30 billion. What you got? We got like 40. Send 30. There's this. The United States is putting pressure on all the vassal countries to give up their weaponry to fight in Ukraine. To the point where they're at a dangerously low level to sustain and protect their own country.
Greece went bankrupt a couple years ago.
Well, that was because they didn't play ball.
Yeah.
Listen, Greeks didn't play ball, so they broke them. Don't forget that entire NATO system, NATO money. When you join NATO, you have to give up your currency. But if you give up your currency and then you don't want to listen anymore, they cut your funding down. So now you can't sustain. You can only sustain your country off of funding. And you have to buy German goods. If you're part of NATO, you don't sit back here and become economically independent. Like, okay, I'm from Greece, so we can sit back and create Greek products and services to benefit ourselves. No,
Greek industry.
Now you with NATO. Now you got to buy this from Germany. You got to buy this from France. You got to buy this from Britain to cover them, to take care of them. You're just a pawn in the bigger game now. Now you might have some military protection and have access to loan money, but you lose your independence. That's what being the vassal country is all about. NATO is a unified vassal community that supports the United States and the banking system. But the banking system controls everybody. How you know that? Read on in Revelation 13 and verse 2.
Revelation 13:2. And his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion.
And he says, this beast, the mouth of the lion, the mouth is what does what? Directs and gives what? Orders. The mouth is of a lion. The orders are of a lion. Because what runs it all is the banking system. The British banking system. The British banking system runs the whole kit and caboodle. There's a book called come on.
Grand chessboard.
No. Give me 1 second. I'm missing the title, and I gotta get this title, and it's vexing me. I got the book in the back. So many damn books I can't even. It was Give me a second. I gotta get it. It'll take me 1 second, y'all. Salakia, I gotta get this book as it explains what I'm talking about. Okay, Salakia. The book is called The Creature from Jekyll Island. And it sounds like some damn horror flick. But the book called The Creature from Jekyll Island talks about when all the major banking institutions from Europe and your JP Morgans and your Chase, the guy from the own Chase Bank, they all met up in Jekyll Island, Georgia, which is in Georgia, to sit back and discuss how they were going to change from the gold standard to fiat currency. And that meeting changed the entire perspective of the Federal Reserve. They created the Federal Reserve. Huh? Well, that happened. Yeah, they wiped out the new money. These same individuals wiped out all the individuals the rich that were new money, and created a system of government to where the old money can sustain power in perpetuity. Okay? By printing money. And not having it gold backed. The point is, it's a hard read, but it goes to the history of how the British banking system went to the next level. But it's how companies establish nations as debt slaves. That's how they keep everybody in check. They keep all these little African countries in check because, hey, if you're part of NATO, put it this way. This is what an IMF loan means on the back end. If you need money from us, with IMF, with a government-based
International Money Fund.
International Money Fund. There's an IMF and there's another one. One is a really high interest loan and one is a regular interest loan. If you get either one of those loans, now you're subject to all the rules we imply on you. For instance, Pakistan. Pakistan needed IMF loans. So guess what they were told? Listen, okay, we're going to give you money, but you're going to be the guinea pig with our new fertilizer program we're doing. We want to go green with this fertilizer. We're going to take away the nitrogen from your fertilizer, and we're going to use you as the test country. And you don't have a choice but to do it our way. Or we'll cut our funding. And we'll demand payment immediately. So what did Pakistan do? They did this new fertilizer process, and guess what? The crops only grew up like 45% of what it was supposed to sit back here and grow. Now the country had no food. But you have to sit back and follow these policies, or they break you. They'll go to African countries and say, listen, you might be able to make your own wheat, but we're not going to let you make your own wheat. You got to buy wheat from Britain. And if we catch you making your own wheat and all we want you to go make is cacao. Sit back here and make this sugar. Make us some cookies. Make us some sugar cookies. That's all I want you to do. You can't sit back here and make a crop that can sustain you to establish your independence from us. So you got to sit back here and create crops or grow crops that we can use and sell in Europe. But you can't grow crops that sustain your nation. That's why these countries are so broke and they can't eat.
That was Sri Lanka.
I always say Pakistan. It is Sri Lanka. It was that place where it was so bad, the Sri Lankan people went to the palace of the president, and they was hanging out in the pool, and they kicked out the president, and the presidents ran off and went to Europe somewhere because he's just following orders. But it's happening all across the world. You can't. I think it's what's the name of the crops that they're called a certain crop that can sustain your nation. It's not cash crops. It's
I think it is cash crops.
Is it cash crops?
Tobacco, whatever.
Well, it's those crops that you need to sustain your country. Once you take the loans, you can't do the corn, you can't do the wheat, you can't do the crops that can sustain your nation. Only specialty crops, which keeps you dependent on Europe. So listen, I'm a broke country and I'm buying grain from Europe. It's gonna keep me broke. It's gonna keep the people broke. Now you understand why there's always hungry Hamites, hungry Africans.
They said in Sri Lanka, they said 15 people died while waiting in line for essential goods in 2022 when that
first outbreak happened.
Yeah, it happened around 2019 is when it first happened. And it got worse. People died while waiting in line for handouts.
And so then what happens is in Slovakia, it was Sri Lanka, but so then to get out of the debt, guess what you got to do? The country got to buy more grain from Europe
at inflated costs,
at inflated rates, and they don't allow them to self-sustain themselves. This is how you keep countries in debt to you. This is why Haiti is broke. They sit back and look at these countries and say these guys just don't know how to figure it out. No, they're perpetually, systematically, they're kept broken down and deprived.
For Haiti winning their independence, they owed France like some ridiculous amount of money in return.
They didn't get out of debt from France from their independence to the 90s.
I think it was like 324 million. It was something ridiculous, like even in today's.
And then you're paying interest.
Yep.
So they didn't get out the red from paying from France to the 90s.
And then the U.S. is trying to show instability so they can go in and colonize the area. So they're trying to throw in, like, they'll send guns and everything
Yeah.
to stabilize.
Well, listen, what they don't tell you is, remember that big earthquake in Haiti years ago? And Clinton was down there and they were going to check out the land. What they don't tell you is there was gold that was found in Haiti. Why else would they go out of Haiti? There was gold that they found. So they took that gold out. Nobody else really knew about it. It was lightly politicized. And they took that gold and went home. This is what happens it is about taking natural resources from poor, impoverished countries and just paying the leader just to keep the people subdued. It's a system that's always going to fail. You'll kick one guy out, the next guy come out, he either takes the bribe or he dies. He gets removed, another person comes in, plays ball with the power broker that's in the head of him, in charge of him. He takes the bad loans, he gets paid, his family gets paid, or he tries to take care of his people, and his plane doesn't work. His plane malfunctions, and he dies.
Fall out the sky.
That is the American way. So the beast operates with their military and their banking systems, and that's how they subdue the earth. This fighting in Ukraine is about natural resources and fighting to get one step closer to toppling Russia. That's all this is about. There's nothing else on earth but the natural resources left in Russia and China. If you sit back here and look at how the whole world's been produced, all the other portions of the earth has been manipulated and controlled. It was the CIA into the 80s. And the way they control society now isn't even through CIA. It's CIA's brother and sister companies, which is what?
NGOs.
NGOs are the new CIA. NGOs, which are non-governmental agencies. But they are governmental agencies. The National Endowment of Democracy. Now they sit back here and use these organizations to go in these foreign countries to establish oppositional leadership, to take over the leadership that's in power, so now these new NGO-led leaders still bow the knee to the United States and give them sweetheart deals on natural resources. Anyway, that's a lot to talk about, but what am I trying to say? I'm explaining the beast. Let's go back real quick. Revelations 13, 1 and 2. I want 1 and 2. So we can sit back and recap it real quick so we can go back on the topic. Why am I going here? Why did I go here? We were talking about the end and how we know the end is near. We talked about the man of perdition had to be exposed, that man of hell. Then we talked about 2nd Ezra 6 and 6, how Esau is the end of the world. But in saying that, that's a very vague statement. So the end of the world is talking about a progressive amount of years, starting from the Greek Empire to present day, which will eventually be Russia. That entire span of years from 333 till 2024 plus is the time of Esau that the Most High is given. Now there's a 1,000-year period in between. The Most High put us back into power in Europe. But outside that 1,000-year period, called the Dark Ages, Esau's been in power the entire time. But that time marks the time of the end. Does that make sense? Let's continue.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns.
This nation that rose up above the nation in power, rulership, and authority. Read on.
And upon his horns 10 crowns.
He had 7 heads and 10 horns, 7 different leadership regimes over Esau's time. And 10 horns were 10 different subservient vassal countries that supported each beast over their time. Read on.
And upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
Khan, read on.
And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard.
When it says the name of blasphemy, it still locks in with 2 Thessalonians, where it said that these people don't acknowledge the Most High. These kingdoms don't put the Most High first, and they usurp themselves as being the Most High. Read on.
And his feet were as
Give me verse 2 again from the top.
And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear.
So once again, that leopard was the first look of that nation, and that first look of that nation was Alexander the Great, who wore a leopard skin skull cap in war. And the leopard also represented how quick and how swift he was to take over the Persian Empire. Read on.
In his mouth as the mouth of a lion.
In that mouth of a lion. Well, give me the second part after the leopard.
Correct. And his feet were as the feet of a bear.
The feet is the end. So the beginning is the Greeks, the end of the Russians. The Russian bear. Read on.
In his mouth as the mouth of a lion.
That mouth, the part of this kingdom that controls the rest of the people is the banking system, especially now. It was perfected. Listen, most of foreign policy of the United States, most of the banking policy that the United States used was learned from literally the British. The British were the authors of all the systematic slavery that's incorporated now. The British get the credit for pushing the abolishment of slavery. They get the credit for that. They were abolishing slavery way before the United States tapped into it. But the only reason they pushed for the abolishment of slavery was because they found a better economic way to maximize the dollars out of the slave trade. And in the British's perspective, okay, United States, you guys got slaves, but you got to pay for their medical, you got to pay for their housing, you got to feed them, and you're always dealing with constant resistance because in their mind, they're a slave and there's no way out of it.
You got to deal with insurrection.
So why do that? Why not give them freedom, but force them economically to live in your apartment complexes, to sit back and buy food from you, to pay for their own medical insurance? All the money comes back to you, and you still get them to work for low wages. So economically, I get more from you by not having you a physical slave, but having you as a debt slave.
Yep.
That's the thinking. It wasn't about their love for the black man, the Negro man. Ain't nothing to do with it. How can I get the most out of you?
Less accountability.
I don't got to stress.
They say that there's different writings that show that how a slave in the 1800s was treated better than a poor white man because he was a commodity.
Yeah, I got to take care of these niggas.
You have to take care of them. That means I
got to feed them.
You got to medicate them. You got to nourish them. You got to feed them. You got to make sure that they're healthy so they can keep producing the crops that you need. So a lot of poor white folks was jealous that they got treated worse than a slave.
And I get it. So the British's way made more sense economically and kept people working harder for longer stretches of time. But their economic policy was patterned by the United States. They just were late to the game.
Yep.
and their banking philosophies. And all that was ran. Listen, the British were known to have a weak ground army for years. Their strength was their navy, their naval capabilities kept things in check.
Yeah.
And their systems of government. They were able to keep these Indians of India under check for years.
Use the divide and conquer method.
Divide and conquer methods. Sitting back here, listen, they sat back here and broke up India into Pakistan. Like, what the hell? They were the same people. Now they set tripping. But Esau's, listen, but the British learned how to create wars amongst the tribes.
What they did was they a lot of India was Hindus.
Yeah.
Then you had
And then Muslim.
And Muslim. So what they did was they got the Sikhs with a guy that created his own offshoot of Hindi, and so the British hired the Sikhs to help the Hindus fight against the Muslims. And then once they eliminated, raped, robbed, and pillaged the Muslims, they divided a line and called it Pakistan.
Yep.
So the technique that the British used was divide and conquer, the same technique he used worldwide, globally.
And that method is what happens in all these countries. You look at Ethiopia, what they do to neutralize Ethiopia. We're going to give a portion of Ethiopia, which is on the coast, which is the most important part of the country. We're going to give you independence and call you Eritrea. And give you sovereignty.
Yeah.
What? They did that to break Ethiopia. Because those leaders in Ethiopia were giving them too much problems, so we got to break it up and give you sovereignty. And they do it all around the world. That's why they're talking about Taiwan having sovereignty. They know damn well Taiwan is part of China. But they manufacture this sovereignty conversation to create strife and piss off China.
South Korea, North Korea, the same people.
Cannot.
Exactly.
Exactly.
They're the exact same people, same genetics, same genes, same everything.
One set of people follow communism. The other set bow down to the power that be. Well, at the time, they bow down to different sets of the power. But point is, they've been sitting back here and setting up brother versus brother from the beginning. Ethiopia and Somalia, they're the same people. Sudan and Somalia, same people. And they sit back here and they use, and like they explain, even in breaking down Yugoslavia, they use, the tensions flare up when everybody's broke. And there's no money and there's not enough to go around. Then these people start set tripping. But that's manufactured that way, to keep everybody fighting one another and not looking at who's the real person in power, manipulating things and puppet stringing the whole thing. Anyway, So in a nutshell, we just explained Esau. Greeks are the beginning, the end is Russia. Okay? So, read on in verse 2.
And the dragon gave him his power.
The dragon is the devil. You read that in Luke 4. Satan said, I'll give power to whoever the hell I want to give it to. Satan gave this man his power. Okay, read on.
And his seat. And great authority.
Exactly. Satan gave Esau his power. That man of perdition that's in bed with Satan. Okay? Is revealed. But over time, the generations got more diabolical, and it was easier to see who the man of perdition was. You just couldn't see it as much with the Greeks, because even some of the Greeks at certain periods of time acknowledged and backed the Jews. So it was harder to see that they were part of that man of perdition. You had the line of Ptolemy was rolling with us heavy, to the point where the Ptolemaic Empire, some of the Ptolemies sat back here and built a replica of the temple in Alexandria in support of the Jews. And then there were certain Romans that actually sat back here and supported the Jews. So that man of perdition was harder to see, because there was a support at different times with the Greeks and the Romans. But as times progress, you start seeing where their real nature was. Whether it was the Spanish that sat back here and wiped us out with their colonialism of the United States, Central and South America. That's where you start seeing that man of perdition a little clearer.
The Portuguese.
The Portuguese the damn Spanish. You start seeing how they really rode. Then it was easier to see, oh, that's the man of perdition that the Most High was talking about. But that didn't really come into full scope until the 1400s. Then it just progressed and got worse and worse and worse. Napoleon wasn't no saint. He was sitting back here and tearing us down in Haiti, and so forth and so on.
Napoleon said out of his own mouth that he wanted to be revered as one of the Caesars of Rome. He wanted to go down in history as a Caesar and be elevated as a Caesar.
Yeah.
He said he wanted to elevate the Roman Empire.
This guy, and the funny thing is, even in France, when he came into power, then they started sitting back here and treating blacks different in Rome, in France. And so when he came in, before he was in, there was more of a camaraderie between the nations. When he came in, they went back to straight racism, and he implemented that stuff. He's letting you know who the real man of perdition was when these guys got into power. Anyway, let's go back to Ezra, chapter 4. Are we clear on that so far, y'all? Did that make sense? That process. 2nd Ezra 4. And verse, I think we're at 30. Yeah.
For the grain of evil.
Matter of fact, read verse 29 if you can. I'm sorry.
If therefore that which is sown be not turned upside down, and if the place where the evil is sown pass not away, then cannot it come that is sown with good?
He says the good has to come only when evil runs its course and gets eradicated. But you know the end is coming when Esau gets there and it reaches their end as the Russian Empire. Read on.
For the grain of evil seed hath been sown in the heart of Adam from the beginning.
So he says, really, he's still talking about that evil seed started with us. It wasn't even about the nations. The evil seed started with us. And Esau just took it and ran with it. And the rest of the nations took it and ran with it. Read on.
And how much ungodliness hath it brought up unto this time?
He says, our sin, the negative that we did, started this chain of events. Why is it our fault? Because, man, the rest of the nation were built in the 5,000th year. We were built in the 6th. So why is it our fault that the wicked heart was going on? Because we were created to put the nations in order and righteousness sake. We were supposed to be that light to the people. Mm-hmm. And because we didn't do our job and fulfill our responsibilities and lead the nation in righteousness, then because of us, the rest of the nations kept going into their negative natures. Because we didn't do what we were supposed to do. It's still about us being wicked and us being punished, having to serve all of these different nations. Didn't the scripture say in Romans 10 and 19, we were supposed to be provoked to jealousy?
Yep.
But this provoking and jealousy by no people was supposed to go to the end of time until Christ came back. Because we were supposed to lead in perpetuity in righteousness. So now we got to serve in perpetuity because we didn't do our job from the beginning. Does that make sense? And doesn't that clarify why the suffering has to be prolonged for so long? Because we were supposed to be righteous and leading the nation for the whole time, and we kept falling short? Read it again, verse 30.
For the grain of evil seed hath been sown in the heart of Adam from the beginning. And how much ungodliness hath it brought up unto this time?
Hell, all the ungodliness has been manufactured and nurtured because we didn't do our job. Read on.
And how much shall it yet bring forth unto the time of threshing come?
The time of threshing is the end, when everything gets uprooted from the base. But because we weren't responsible, sin was just kept getting nurtured and nurtured and nurtured. Read on.
Ponder now by thyself how great fruit of wickedness the grain of evil seed hath brought forth.
He says, think about now how great of an evil seed Israel put the rest of the world in. He's like, Israel caused all these sufferings. Israel's wickedness is why these damn Hamites in Nigeria are damn living like Waterworld. Huh? We didn't do our job, so now all these nations with wicked intentions get to sit back and exploit the rest of the world. Didn't Romans talk about how all the creation is waiting for the manifestation of the sons of man?
God.
And everybody's moaning and groaning, waiting for us to step up. Really, we're waiting for the threshing floor to get scooped up for us to get cleaned up so we can go help and put the world in order. But it's our fault that everybody in the world suffers, including us. Because if we would have just did our job, if Adam would have did his job from the beginning, we would have put the world in order and constructed it right. And the nation would have followed our good example. But we want to be selfish, the world has to suffer because of it, including us.
You can get a
What you
scripture
got?
on that too. 2nd Ezra chapter 14, verse 17.
You said 14?
Mm-hmm. 2nd Ezra chapter 14, verse 17. And also Psalms chapter 5, verse 6. Read that.
For look how much the world shall be weaker through age.
He says the more time goes on, the world is going to be what?
Weaker through age.
It's going to get weaker through age. So the world is going to get more wicked and more unsound as time goes on. Read on.
So much the more shall evils increase upon them that
It says,
therein.
and evil shall do what?
Increase.
Increase. But what he's asked, what Ezra's asked, what the angel asked Ezra to do, hold that and go back to.
Don't go to 5 because I got more
No, ain't
in
gonna
the 5.
No, just we're gonna read that part. Just that part where he said, "Ponder now thyself." When he said in 2nd Ezra chapter 4, verse 31. Read that.
2nd Ezra 4
Mm-hmm.
and 31. And I sent him.
No. 2nd Ezra chapter 4, verse 31.
Slack. 2nd Ezra 4 and 31. Ponder now by thyself.
Now the angel is asking Ezra. He's asking him. Now I want you to think about what I just told you, and how that this grain of evil seed that was planted in Adam, how much ungodliness that it has brought forth thus far. He says, now I want you to think about if this evil seed, this grain of evil seed has already started to multiply. It already started to germinate and produce. He says, ponder now thyself what?
How great fruit of wickedness the grain of evil seed hath brought forth.
He says, how much has it brought forth up until now? Ezra is complaining about the current situation along with what the future looks like. Well, what does the future look like? Now go read 2nd Ezra chapter 14, verse 17.
2nd Ezra 14 and 17.
Mm-hmm.
2nd Ezra 14 and 17. For look how much the world shall be weaker through age.
So he's showing you how this grain of evil seed, it's going to multiply even that much more as time goes on. He says it's going to be weaker through age. Read.
So much the more shall evils increase upon them that dwell therein.
He says, and the evil shall increase for the people that dwell on the earth. It gets worse. Read on.
For the time is fled far away, and leasing is hard at hand.
Do we understand what he's saying? He's saying for the time is fled away, and leasing is what?
Leasing is hard at hand.
Leasing is hard at hand. Go to Psalms chapter 5, verse 6, and we understand what he's talking about. He's still talking about a nation of people, but their power is in their leasing. Yes, sir.
On my verse it says the truth is fled forward.
What verse do you have? Do you have the King James Apocrypha? And it says the what is far.
Truth.
Okay, he says. Yeah, that's verse 18. He says, for the truth is fled far away, and leasing is hard at hand. So what is the leasing that he's referring to? Go to Psalm chapter 5, verse 6. Because he's not talking about leasing like you rent an apartment, you rent a house, you're leasing a car. That's not the leasing that he's talking about. Go to Psalm chapter 5, verse 6.
Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing.
He says, the Most High will destroy them that what?
Speak leasing.
So he said, leasing is a style of speech that you use to dominate people. Leasing is a type of speech you use to control people. Read on.
That speak leasing.
Go ahead.
The Most High will abhor the bloody, deceitful man.
He says the Most High will. He says, do what?
Will abhor.
Abhor means to hate extremely, to be disgusted with. He says the Most High will abhor the who?
The bloody and deceitful man.
He's showing you that this leasing, this speech, it's bloody speech. It's deceitful speech. He says the Most High will destroy this man. It's a tactic. It's a form of speech that people use to overthrow other peoples. For example, there are weapons of mass destruction. So what happens? Everybody goes to war under the impression that we got to take down Iraq because there's weapons of mass destruction. So 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, all these young kids that go get involved in these wars, go overseas, get hit with IEDs, bombs, burns, severe burns, amputated limbs, jeopardize their lives, and just to find out that what? There were no what? There were no weapons of mass destruction. So what do you call that move that was made? The Most High got an answer for that. He says that's what you call people that speak leasing. That's a deceptive talk. It's propaganda.
Okay.
That's what he's saying it is. It's propaganda. Leasing is propaganda. So he says the Most High said he'll destroy the bloody man, the deceitful man that speaks leasing, that speaks propaganda. Who is the man that speaks propaganda? Who is the country that the people
who created propaganda
exactly
and mastered it
and mastered propaganda?
That's Esau did
that now the Dr. Fauci is being hit with all kind of questions now because
he got out at the right time, man.
He got out.
He retired at the right time.
He knows now. People are saying, you know what? You've changed your narrative. You said vaccinations were okay.
Be careful.
But now he recanted it. But now people are asking him questions. Was it really necessary? But at a time
we got to be careful with that word. That's like the scariest word in the world.
Well,
you will get cut off.
Well, we'll say
they have been taking Kawakab's classes off the internet. If you ever check them, they've been getting wiped out. Boop 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 boop. Because he's been labeled as the guy that talks about that scenario.
Right.
Just because I
take that back.
Recant.
Look, I recant that.
Just be careful. We gotta tell the truth.
Edit that point right there. But he said, you gotta clip that. Cut.
Yeah.
But the point is, a lot of things are done under the false aspect of this is a motivator why we have to do this. David is explaining this nature of this man who does this. He uses propaganda, false narratives, false deceptive language to overthrow other peoples.
Yep.
Read that again, verse 6.
In verse 6. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. The Most High will abhor the bloody and deceitful man.
So there's a man we know as a nation, that a man of perdition, that speaks like this, that uses propaganda to engage in his deception or his pursuits. Jump down to verse 9.
But there is no faithfulness in their mouth.
Can you trust what they say? Can you trust what they say when it comes to war? Can you trust what they say when it comes to medication? Can you trust what they say when it comes to politics and policies? Can you trust what they say when it comes to currency and economics? Can you trust what they say when it comes to promises upon re-election? No. So he's showing you the nature of individuals that use a deceptive style of speech to overthrow people. He says the Most High has it out for those individuals. Read on.
In verse 7.
You're in verse 9.
9, for there is no faithfulness in their mouth. The inward part is very wickedness.
He said on the inside, it's what?
Very wickedness.
Read on.
Their throat is an open sepulchre.
Read on.
They flatter with their tongue.
He said they flatter with their what?
Tongue.
That's what propaganda is.
Yep. It's an open sepulchre full of lies, full of death.
It's full of lies and death. So he's showing you the nature of a nation that speaks this way. He says this is why David is explaining that person the Most High will bring to an end. Let that go and go back to where we were in 2nd Ezra.
4:30.
Yes, sir.
For the grain of evil seed hath been sown in the heart of Adam from the beginning. And how much ungodliness hath it brought up unto this time?
He said there is a really major negative effect that's come from Adam's wickedness and from Israel's fall. Because Israel fell, all the world has been dragged perpetually in the mud. The poor haven't been defended. The weak haven't been defended. People have been exploited for generations. All because we didn't sit back and live up to our end of the bargain, having to live righteously. So the whole world suffers. All creation suffers because of our wickedness. Does that make sense? That verse Romans ain't talking about the animals, the dogs. Like the dogs are barking until Christ brings the Jews back out. The whole world suffers because we didn't get right. Continue.
And how much shall it yet bring forth until the time of threshing comes?
Now listen, how much death has to come on earth until the time of threshing comes, until the time of the end comes. Hold this and go to 2nd Ezra 9. 2nd Ezra 9, verse 15 to 22.
I have said before, and now do speak, and will speak it also thereafter, that there be many more of them which perish than of them which shall be saved.
I mean, it's not even going to be close. The people that die in their sin, people that die in their negative and from exploiting people and taking advantage of people, it's really all our fault. But the people that die are going to be way more than people that survive. Read on.
Like as a wave is greater than a drop.
He says the ratio was like a wave. Think about a tidal wave versus a drop. That's the difference in ratio of individuals who make it versus don't make it. That's scary. A wave versus a drop is the comparison of individuals that don't make it to individuals that make it. That should make everybody a little uncomfortable. A wave to a drop. Think about a drop. You want one of those like eyedroppers? One drop in comparison to a wave of people. That is scary. Continue.
And he answered me, saying, like as the field is, so is also the seed. As the flowers be.
He says, the field, just like the field is, it's still comparison to the wicked not making it, to the righteous making it. Think of one seed that you have in your hand versus the amount of seeds needed to properly lay down a field to set up a harvest. He said that's the ratio. You ever seen like when you're driving in the country and you just see fields of like different type of fruits and vegetables, and they have like those water like mechanisms that you could push, and like they have like tires on it, and then it waters this, and you push it down, and it waters that, and it just goes all around this big field. And they're planting, whether it's spinach or it's fruit and vegetables, whatever it is. When you see the massive size of this field and all the little seeds needed to get that, he says the people that don't make the kingdom is the massive fields worth of vegetables versus one seed will make it. He's telling you the ratio of who ain't going to make the kingdom out, and that's the Christ versus the ones who will. Because of Adam's sin. We don't. That's scary. I don't know about y'all. That scares the hell out of me.
As the flowers be, such are the colors also.
He says what?
As the flowers be, such are the colors also.
Mm-hmm.
Such as the workman is, such also is the work. And as the husbandman is himself, so is his husbandry also. For it was the time of the world. And now when I prepared the world, which was not yet made, even for them to dwell in that now live, no man spake against me. For then everyone obeyed. But now the manners of them which are created in this world that is made are corrupted by a perpetual seed,
He said there's a perpetual seed of wickedness that's inside of mankind, which is why we don't make it. We don't fight it. Most of us just give in to our inhibitions, give in to our feelings, give in to that negative inside of us, and don't fight back. And it's because of it, the ratios of individuals who make it to the ones who don't is such a great contrast. Okay? Can you give me that grape cluster comparison with the human body's doing that?
Oh yeah.
Because I can't. I'm trying to do that and break it down. My mind split too much. Okay, what verse are we at?
Latter half of 19.
Give me 19 again from the top.
For then everyone obeyed. But now the manners of them which are created in this world that is made are corrupted by a perpetual seed.
He's saying the manners back in the 400s was corrupt. 400 BC. How much more the manners corrupted down the line is bad. It's even worse. Read on.
And by a law which is unsearchable, rid themselves.
Kinda.
So I considered the world, and behold, there was peril because of the devices that were come into it.
What's the devices? What is that? Just the different ways and methods and policies that man makes up to enslave people. This is what the Most High is pissed off at. But he's saying these devices have to come to fruition. Debt slavery. Sitting back here, because slavery has been going on as an institution from the beginning of time. He said, but their devices, mankind's devices, wicked devices, keep manifesting. Look at all the different devices mankind has made in lust and sex and exploitation of that.
What about the dolls and hybrid machines and
that's the point.
And robots for love.
These are all devices that are created and have to be manifested to really show the extent of the wickedness of this earth.
Yeah, you got an artificial wife,
bro, and it goes hand in hand because people don't talk to people no more. They stay online. There's no human interaction with nobody at all. It's just different wicked inventions that have been nurtured over time, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Continue.
And I saw and spared it greatly, and have kept me a grape of the cluster and a plant of a great people.
He said, with all this wickedness, he's kept one grape of a cluster. Can you show me that picture?
The
grape of the cluster.
Oh, okay.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah, let me see it. Did I have it?
You said you had it. Oh, you don't?
No, I thought you meant the verse.
No, the verse was...
Oh, yeah. You talking about the two men holding that? Yeah.
I guess we don't have it. I was trying to show... an image of how big grape clusters are. They're not as small as we might think.
Something like this?
Yeah, exactly. It would be super better if it was able to go put a person next to it, but it's okay. Because I've seen one where a guy's holding it and it's the length of like a 6 foot. Here it goes. I got it. So Mosai said he chose the grape of a cluster. Go online again. Take a look at this picture. This ain't the one I've normally seen, but this is a good one. This works. This is the ratio between people who make the kingdom and don't make the kingdom. Because one grape in comparison to the cluster. When you leave a cluster, you're thinking maybe what you get from HEB. No, that's not a cluster, man.
Yeah. You get a little bag of grapes.
You get a little bag of grapes. Oh, that's not a bad ratio. No, I like to show this. A cluster is huge. How many damn grapes are in that cluster? A lot. He said one grape to a cluster is how the ratio is going to be with people making the kingdom and not making the kingdom. And that's scary as hell. That's scary. He's letting us know we better sit back here. He said he's kept aside one grape of a cluster out of the entire world. One small group of people out of a cluster of people that just don't want to change and serve. And this gives you the answer why classes aren't always super packed with hundreds of thousands of people. because it wasn't meant to be that many people that see the knowledge and commit themselves to serving the Most High. The numbers were always supposed to be smaller, never bigger. If you look at the scripture, he says, man, it was supposed to be a great big cluster. It wasn't supposed to be all your buddies, everybody went to school with everybody cool. And no, it wasn't supposed to be like that. Only a handful of people were going to make it out in ratio to the entire world. Okay? Like I said, if it was me, when I read this years ago when I was 18 or 16, I was you know what, bricks. I was like, damn, I better change. I better sit back and follow this law. I better love the Most High, because nobody's guaranteed it. So, read verse 21 again.
And I saw and spared it greatly, and have kept me a grape of the cluster and a plant of a great people.
Read on.
Let the multitude perish.
He
then,
said, let those clusters perish then.
which was born in vain.
He said, the rest of these people that don't commit themselves to the Most High were born in vain. And that's the truth. He said, the drop out of let the wave go. Let the wave just get wiped out. They were born in vain. If they aren't going to commit to serving the Most High and fight that wicked heart, then they're born in vain. We all have a wicked heart, but the difference, who makes the kingdom and who don't make the kingdom, are the ones who fight. Who fight to go against their nature. That's how you get the kingdom. And if you don't fight your nature, you don't deserve to get the kingdom. You were born in vain.
And Christ teaches us how to go against our nature by putting ourselves last.
Come.
And that's one element that Christ did to demonstrate what it means to not give in to your nature, is just to put yourself on the back burner and put the needs of other people first and never seek your own pleasure. It keeps you outside yourself.
And that's the goal.
Yep.
But Christ gives us all the detailed lessons. But if we don't follow those lessons, we're born in vain. Read verse 22 again.
Let the multitude perish then, which was born in vain. And let my grape be kept, and my plant. For with great labor have I made it perfect.
We're not going to go to more in that verse. But let's go back to 2nd Ezra 4. There's a lot of meat in these chapters, bro. These Ezra chapters. We can go for days with these chapters, man. 2nd Ezra 4 in verse 33 now, right? Because verse 30, give me verse 32 again. Do you explain why we went into this multitude was born in vain?
And when the ears shall be cut down, which are without number, how great a floor shall they fill?
How many people were going to be on the floor once all the wicked is wiped out? And the answer is a wave to a drop. A grape cluster to one grape. The numbers are going to be massive who don't make it, who get wiped out, who get uprooted. Read on.
Then I answered and said, how? And when shall these things come to pass? Wherefore are our years few and evil? And he answered me, saying, Do not thou hasten above the Most High? About Slakia. And he answered me, saying, Do not thou hasten above the Most Highest? For thy hast is in vain.
For thy haste
is in vain to be above him. For thou hast much exceeded.
So what he's saying is, you're trying to get to this answer before the Most High is ready to give you that answer.
Yeah.
You got 2,500 more years at the very least that you got to wait, that the world has to diminish and deteriorate before we get to the end. You're asking once again out of your bounds. You want to get all the answers to the test. I'm not giving you all those answers. Read on. I'll give you tokens. I'll give you signs, but I'm not giving you the answer. And he knew those signs, he'll never see them. But let's keep going. Verse what?
35.
Okay.
Did not the souls also of the righteous ask question of these things in their chambers, saying, How long shall I hope on this fashion? When cometh the fruit of the floor of our reward?
We're going to hold that. Go to Revelation 6 and 9. Because that's the truth. There's been many martyrs and men of the Most High who want to know when this end was going to come. When Christ was going to come back. How long was the suffering going to be prolonged for? Revelation 6, verse 9 through 11.
And when he had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of the Most High.
He's like, there's a lot more Israelites had to die for the word than by the time we had got to Ezra's time. A lot of men are asking the same question Ezra was asking. Read on.
And for the testimony which they held.
A lot of men were dying for the testimony that they were held. There was a lot of martyrs that had to go down for Christ's name. Read on.
And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Yahweh, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth?
And the answer to them was the same as to Ezra. You got to wait till the fullness of the Gentiles' run has to end. The beast has to run its course all the way to the bear before he starts redeeming the Jews and redeeming the martyrs on the earth that died.
But he gave us clues in Obadiah when he said, once thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, said the Lord. So the Most High gave us prophecies that could give us a little bit of a window of a chance to see when the breakdown will start to happen. He says, when thou set thy nest among the stars, thence I'll bring thee down, said the Lord. When did that happen? That was in 1969 when Neil Armstrong, when he said Houston to Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed.
Or when the satellite systems start going up into orbit.
Yep.
One way or the other. However you want to look at your view on that situation.
Yeah, because he said, though thou exalt thyself as the eagle. Yeah. And he said, you carry, who's the eagle? He said, well, though you carry the idea that you're as lofty as the eagle is the apex predator in the sky.
Well, and the eagle was the apex predator in the sky, and when you're reading Ezra, Ezra was shown that the eagle was Rome.
Yep.
And Rome was that second kingdom. That was the second beast of the Edomite nation. And America takes on the symbol of the majority of the eagle's approach. Yep. America patterns themselves after the Roman Empire.
Yep.
It ties all in. Yep. Greece was one. Greece was the leopard. Rome was the eagle. America is the eagle.
Yep. America was established off the Roman 12 tables of law.
Their principles.
That's where we get our law from.
And their government, their democracy.
The government in Rome was set on Capitoline Hill. Where's our headquarters for our government? Capitol Hill.
Yep.
Same thing. Same principles.
Yep. So let's continue. So we won't go into it anytime soon, but that was what Ezra's 11 deals with. 11 and 12 deals with is another way of explaining the beast. And it goes into the history of the beast from the Roman Empire into the bear also. That's what 2nd Ezra 11 and 12 goes into. It doesn't focus on the Greeks, but Daniel gives us the Greeks.
Yep.
Ezra gives us from the Romans into the end. So there's just different, most likely works through different prophets that gives you the signs you need to let you know we're close. Okay? Well, let's continue.
And white robes were given unto every one of them. And it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season, until their fellow servants also and their brethren that should be killed as they were should be fulfilled.
So listen, the little season for the Most High, a day to the Most High is 1,000 years. Right? So a little season is like 2 days. So all the martyrs wait a few days, and then until all of my sons, all of my martyrs that were supposed to die for my name have to die, and at the end we'll all be redeemed. Are you done with verse 11? Okay, let that go. You got something, chapter 1?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Let's go back to 2nd Ezra. Verse 36, I think, right?
And unto these things Uriel, the archangel gave them answer, and said, Even when the number of seeds is filled in you, for he hath weighed the world in the balance. By measure hath he measured the times, and by number hath he numbered the times. And he doth not move nor stir them until the said measure be fulfilled.
So what he's saying is this. The nations or the beast has to run his course, and the measure of righteous individuals who are trying to serve the Most High have to be sealed before the end comes also. How are we going to prove that? Go to Revelation 7, verse 1 through 10. So he's saying in this chapter that wickedness has to run its course, while simultaneously, the ones that are going to be measured to get to the kingdom, that where the ratio is going to be so damn with ill proportion, is going to be crazy. But that small group of people that make the kingdom, they got to get measured also before everything's uprooted. Revelation 7 verse 1.
And after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth.
So he says these 4 angels were standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding 4 winds. Winds represents destruction. These angels are sitting back here holding the destruction of this planet. For what reason? Read on.
That the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree.
Nor on the tree of the nations. Trees are referred to as men also. So the purpose was these angels to hold off all the calamities of the earth and the nations for a certain purpose to be done. Read on.
And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living power. And he hath cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels, to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the seas.
These angels' job was to destroy the earth, but they were told to hold off on their destruction until they're given specific orders. Read on.
Saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees.
Don't destroy the people, don't destroy the land. Read on.
Till we have sealed the servants of our power in their forehead.
He's like, don't touch anything, don't destroy it until my servants are sealed. Once my servants are sealed, around that same time, the last beast on earth will have run its course, and then the destruction can come. Read on.
And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel.
Now this is the scary part. People want to think the Most High is picking 144,000 out of this generation. What's the ratio that we just read in 2nd Ezra 9? That the ratio was one grape out of a cluster. So this 144,000 was from all times. You think the 144,000 wasn't including Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the great men, Joseph? You don't think they was part of 144? You think there's going to be 144,000 now? 12,000 from Judah now? 12,000 from Gad now? No! That's over all the time! How about that? That makes it even more scary, don't it?
That's why the scripture said, a righteous man shall scarcely make it.
I know that. I know. This is going over all of time that these 12,000, with these 144,000 that were sealed. And when we get to that last number, then it's time for all hell to break loose. Because at that same time, Esau would have ran his course. I always say, the way this World War III is happening, it's taking it feels like it's taking a long time. But really, we're getting more time to fix ourselves.
Yep.
We sit here smiling and joking around, acting like we got time. We don't have that much time. But read on.
In the tribe of Judah were sealed 12,000.
So 12,000 men of the tribe of Judah, the so-called Negroes, has to get sealed over an entire lifetime of Israelites living on earth. Now that 12,000 makes sense. 12,000 over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Jews. 12,000 were sealed. Read on.
Of the tribe of Reuben were sealed 12,000.
Exactly. This is why I talked to Carl Covey, man, I don't think many of us are 144,000, man. We'd be lucky to make the 1/3.
Yep.
Because the 12,000 of each tribe is the creme de la creme over history. And to sit back here and think you're in that group, man, listen, that's a lot of pride coming off you to think you're a part of the 144,000. We sit back here and wear 144K mentality shirts because we're trying to sit back instead of standing in our nation.
And,
we ain't walking around acting like, yeah, we part of 144,000. I'm not even going to front like that on any level.
Yeah, we say we rehearse the righteous acts.
Huh.
The word rehearse
we're
means
trying to sit back here and practice the jig, practice the jig, guy.
Yeah. That's what a rehearsal is. We're practicing righteousness.
So read on. 12,000 Judah and Reuben. Read on.
Of the tribe of Gad were sealed 12,000.
Exactly.
Of the tribe of Asher were sealed 12,000.
Over history of Asher. Asherites that were righteous. 12,000. Read on.
Of the tribe of Naphtali were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Manasseh were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Simeon were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Levi were sealed 12,000.
Over history. Read on. I keep saying history because that brings us back to, hey, man, you might have a couple sprinkled left.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But
Maybe a handful.
Yeah. But you know, 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 9. This is why it's so critical that the end has not come yet. Read that. 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 9.
The Most High is not slack concerning his promise.
I need you to repeat it out so everybody can hear it, just so you know next time. Repeat the verse again.
2 Peter 3 and 9. The Most High is not slack concerning his promise.
It says the Most High is not slack or slow concerning his promise. It's not that the end is he's taking too long. There's a reason why the Most High is taking too long.
To give us time.
That's what he's going to say. He's going to say there's a reason why the end has not come yet. Read, which is good for us. Read.
As some men count slackness.
Some men may say, man, Most High ain't going to never come back. Christ ain't going to never come back.
Yep.
Read on. I might as well keep doing what I'm doing.
But
Read
is
on.
long suffering to usward.
He said, but the Most High is the Most High by him not sending Christ back yet, is just the Most High showing us that he's long suffering with us. Read on.
Not willing that any should perish.
He doesn't want you to die. Remember, the Most High said in Ezekiel 33, he said, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked. He said, tell my children, turn ye, and live. Or why will ye die, O house of Israel? The Most High said, I have no pleasure killing my people.
Yep.
So he's showing you that what he's waiting for, he said, he's long suffering to usward, that what?
But that all should come to repentance.
And so the Most High is holding Christ back from coming on the earth and holding these four winds back of destruction. He says, to my servants be sealed. He says, so he's given us time to do what?
Come to repentance.
Come to repentance. So what should we all be doing and be occupied with in the meantime?
Repenting.
We should all be repenting of our ways. We should all be converting our thought processes. We should all be changing our hearts, the way our hearts think. So that's what the time that you should be not playing video games, not doing all this stuff that don't matter. That's vain. There's only one thing that matters that everybody should be doing with their time, and that's being occupied in repentance.
Okay.
Read.
But the day of the Most High will come as a thief in the night.
But when that day does come, when the Most High sends Christ and tell him, that's it. It's over with. Go down and destroy. What is Christ going to do? Go to Isaiah 63 and 1 real quick to show you what Christ's going to do when he get here. It's Isaiah chapter 63 verse 1.
Isaiah 63 and 1.
Before we go on to Edom and Basra, right? That's what you got. Hold this. We will go there. I just want to bring one verse out so that we're not like so discouraged. Because I know talking about how there's like 12,000 out of all the generations is scary as hell, right? Can I go one verse? It's Zechariah 13 and 8 and 9. And then we'll go on to Isaiah 63. We're dealing with that wiping out Edom.
Zechariah 13.
Zechariah 13 and 8 and 9.
And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Most High, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die.
Listen, he's telling you 2/3 of Israel is going to die. 2/3 of an innumerable nation will die. Read on.
But the third shall be left therein.
So listen, we might not be able to make the 144,000 because that 12,000 out of innumerable nation, of innumerable tribes, that's a low percentage. 1/3 is a little better. I'm just trying to keep hope alive. Trying to keep hope alive because he said 1/3 will make it through the fire. So 2/3 will be wiped out and die. Read it from the top again.
And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Most High, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die.
2/3 of our nation will die. Read on.
But the third shall be left therein.
Listen, the 2/3 are going to get reaped by the angels and tossed in this fire. Either you're going to be in America, they burn as the nuclear bomb comes to America, or these angels are going to reap you and throw you in the fire. For 2/3 of us. 1/3 will escape the fire and escape the initial destruction. Read on.
And I will bring the third part through the fire. It will refine them as silver is refined.
And that's not going to be an easy process either. We're going to be refined and broken and put in order in the wilderness. Read on.
And will try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I will hear them. I will say, it is my people. And they shall say, the Most High is my power.
So 1/3 of an innumerable nation will survive. But out of that entire 1/3, only 144,000 are the sealed. He's really waiting on the sealed. He's waiting on that special 144 before he allows all hell to break loose. And then when that happens, then we go to Isaiah 63, and we're going to sit back and figure out what happens to the nations. Isaiah 63 and 1, sir.
Isaiah 63. Who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Bozrah?
But he's also showing you who is this coming from where?
Bozrah.
No, Edom. Remember he said Esau is the what? End of the world.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about this is going to happen at the end of the world. Read on.
This that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength, I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel?
He says, why are you red? This mighty angelic being that's in red. He said, why is he in red in thine apparel? Why is this? Is it a red garment he's wearing?
Nope.
What is it? Read on.
In thy garments, like him that treadeth in the wine fat.
He says, your garments look like you've been stepping on grapes. Yes, because he said, remember, the Most High said he's only saving a cluster.
Yep.
I mean, a grape of a cluster.
Yep.
So what is he going to do with the rest of the grapes? Christ is going to trample the other.
He's going to be squashing those grapes.
They're going to squash it like they're doing in Italy, where
Yeah.
they're pressing them down wine presses, where they're making grape juice or making wine. So the rest of the grapes going to get squashed.
Yep.
But who's doing the squashing? It's Christ. He said, and his garments going to be like he was stepping on grapes, like he was treading the wine press. Read on.
I have trodden the wine press alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in mine anger.
So when Christ come back, is he coming back happy? No, he's not. He said he's coming back. He says he's treading them in his what?
Anger.
That meek and lowly sacrifice that we've seen before when he was crucified, and he was harmless as a dove.
Yep.
Is known as the Lamb of God,
Yep.
defenseless and harmless. He's not coming back like that the second time. The second time, he said he's coming back in a fury, in his anger. Read on.
And trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments.
So is that red grape juice that's going to be on his garment? It's going to be what? It's going to be blood.
He's going to be murdering through war.
And this is why that garment is totally drenched, saturated.
Mm-hmm.
It's not grape juice.
No.
It's the blood of people.
Blood of people. And the blood of the nations in particular.
So
and us.
And that's why it's important that we change.
God.
That's why it's important that you take this time and repent as quick and as often as possible. Because he said, the Most High said he's going to send Christ as a thief in the night. Finish that verse where he says he's going to come back as a thief in the night. You had it in, where was we at in 2 Peter, chapter 3, verse 10, I believe.
Second Peter 3 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10. But as the day of the Most High will come as a thief in the night, in the which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat, the earth also and the works that are therein shall be burned up.
Thermonuclear destruction.
That's thermonuclear destruction.
Mm-hmm.
So he's showing you that the Most High is holding back these four winds. He's holding back destruction, but he's waiting for his servants to be sealed, the 144,000. And he's also giving us time now to repent and make some changes before this destruction comes in totality. So it's our best bet to not go to Romans chapter 14 verse 4. And this is why I don't have time to be. Just read the verse. Romans chapter 14. Romans chapter 14.
Yep.
Verse 4.
Verse 14. Who art thou that judgest another man's servant?
That's why I don't have time to be looking at somebody else. I don't got to be time to saying who's righteous and who's not. I should be spending this time trying to figure out if I'm going to make it. Can I make it? Can I clean myself up? I don't got time to be eyeballing somebody else saying, oh, that
Yeah.
brother's wicked, that sister wicked. You don't have that time to be judging anybody else. You gotta use this time to look at yourself. Read on.
To his own master he standeth or falleth.
So how do we know we're the 144,000? How do we know we're that 1/3? He says to his own master he does what? Riseth, he standeth or falleth. Meaning who? Meaning the Most High will set you in whatever deserving place that you're going to be in. We don't get to say who's the 144,000 and who's not, or who's the 1/3 or who's not. We don't make that declaration. That's up to the Most High. He says to his own servant, which is the Most High Christ. It says they will dictate who's that 1/3 and who's that 144,000.
Mm-hmm.
Finish that.
Yea, he shall be holden up, for the Most High is able to make him stand.
It says because the Most High is the man. I could say, man, that brother's wicked. You never know. That brother could be the 1/3. Oh man, I don't like that sister. That sister could be one of the 1/3.
Good.
You don't know. That's why it's best to get your eyes off other people and try to be the dictator on who's righteous and who's not, and just put your eyes on yourself and say, you know what? Let me make sure I make it. Let me make sure I make these changes that I got to make. I got enough on my plate to worry about me.
Yeah.
Just wanted to bring that out.
Read Romans 13 and 11 on that point you were talking about.
Romans 13 and 11.
Through 14.
In that knowing the time, that now it is high time to awake out of sleep.
We better hurry up and wake up out of sleep now. We want to sit back here and live this simple life that doesn't have anything with the Heavenly Father. We better wake up and make sure the Most High is the foundation of everything we do. Read on.
For now is our salvation nearer than when we believed.
And it's this. Listen, we're close. Our salvation or our opportunity for salvation is nearer than we've thought in the past. Read on.
The night is far spent.
The night is far spent. We're towards the end of that night, hedging into the light. We're in the heart of that darkness. It's damn near 6 o'clock. It's almost sunrise. We're at the latter end of the Edomite Empire. And that sowing of all that corrupt, dirt, nasty filth in us is almost up. Read on.
The day is at hand.
Mm-hmm.
Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness, and let us put on the armor of light.
He said, we got to sit back here and start putting on spiritual approaches to shed this negative off of us. Read on.
Let us walk honestly, as in the day, not in rioting and drunkenness, not in chambering, in wantonness, but in strife and
not in strife.
Not in
You
strife.
can't do strife in it.
Not in strife and envy.
That's not good. Read on.
But put ye on the Lord Yahweh Shai, and make not provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof.
Because the end is coming. We have to tighten up all these loose ends in our spirit to get ready for this wedding. We'll let this go and finish up Revelation 7. This is about it, man. I think we got the point. Let's just go Revelation 7 and 7. We're just going to finish off all the tribes. All the 12 tribes are going to get that 140, or going to get that 12,000 chosen seal. Then we're going to get the 144,000. Read that.
Revelation 7 and 7. Of the tribe of Simeon were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Levi were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Issachar were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Zebulun were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Joseph were sealed 12,000.
Mm-hmm.
Of the tribe of Benjamin were sealed 12,000.
Joseph is Ephraim. But keep going.
After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number, of all nations, and kindreds, and people, and tongues, stood before the throne, and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes, and palms in their hands, and cried with a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our power, which sitteth upon the throne, and upon the Lamb.
That's all I wanted from there. Let's go back real quick to verse 37 and Ezra's 4. Ezra's 4 and 37.
Ezra's 4 and 37. By measure hath he measured the times, and by number hath he numbered the times. And he doth not move nor stir them until the said measure be fulfilled.
And that measure is Israel gets the sealed, gets chosen. Once every 144,000 is sealed, then the winds are unloaded, then the destruction comes in, because at that time Esau's run their course. There's more to it, but I think brains are frying right now, so we'll go back into it next week. All right? Any questions? Y'all like, hell no, we gotta get out of here. I'm fried. I tell you. Okay, so we're gonna shut it down. Imagine we'll point out your Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
That was a dense 4 hours, bro. But it's good. Hope we're learning things. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Ma'ik Allah
Send Ma'ik Allah
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah.
the people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much understanding, much patience, much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For indeed is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen.
Amen.
Rakatha Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Rakatha Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Hahawa. Nothing an hour. Hathawa.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the law.
Okay. Rakatha Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Rakatha Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Hahawa. Nothing an hour. A war.
La. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Rakatha Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Rakatha Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Hahawa. Nothing an hour. Ha'ayo. Kwara. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Rakatha Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Rakatha Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Hahawa. Nothing an hour. Shaman. Zayat. Ramashak. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. For thou Yahweh. Has made me glad through thy work. I will triumph. In the works of thy hands. O Yahweh. How great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither doth the fool understand this. When the wicked spring is the grass.
And
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It
is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou Yahweh. Art most high forevermore. For lo, thy enemies. O Yahweh. For lo, thy enemies. Shall perish. All the workers of iniquity. Shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire. On my enemies. And my ears shall hear. My desire. Of the wicked. That rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord. Shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. By Hashem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar. Hama'ayawa. Laduwad. Hana. Ma. Tawab. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayel. Hara'ash, Yerad, Io, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Io, Payah, Manawathiwa, Katal, Karamwan, Shayarad, Io, Haroria, Tazayawan, Kayab, Sham, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayim, Hawallah, Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Rakanawa. Wabiyath. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Rakanawa. Wabiyath. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Rakanawa. Wabiyath. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Rakanawa. Wabiyath. Support. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushua. Barakatah Yahushua. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all mercy, all long suffering, all power is Yahweh. All power is Yahweh. All power is Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahushua. The water. Aman.
Moving out in a heavenly order, Yahweh, Wa'ashai, will call Sha'alam, made Israel, Amajam, Barak,
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua on the throne. Kurashah. Yes, what's up?
Turn the face, sister.
Take your time. You're doing good. Just take your time.
Sisters, please stand. Moving out in the daughters of Zion, made Israel, Amajam, Barak,
Yahweh Shema on the throne. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Yes, what's up? Dismissed. Voila. Thrive tuning in, y'all. See y'all tomorrow. By the way, since we have a Hebrew package we've had for over the years. We just had them for a long time. I don't even can't remember when we got them, but we had them for like 10, 15 years. But shalom, everybody. See y'all soon.